Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion that Representative Tallarico's comments in support of our charter schools and more charter school funding, as well as his comments condemning the use of taxpayer funds being used for critical race theory and drag queen story hour, be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I move to have all the remarks of Representative Tallarico be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
May we also add the remarks by Representative Frank to the journal as well?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
Can we also add the comments and that that Chris Turner also in the journal, please?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Why don't we just reduce to writing everyone's remarks on SB2 and place them into the journal?
There is objection. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plisa.
The chair recognizes Representative Plisa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is going to be the most fiscally conservative amendment of the night. This amendment puts a hard cap, $1 billion on the entire ESA program. No blank checks, no runaway growth. Other states have let their voucher program spiral into billion-dollar boondoggles. Texas doesn't have to make the same mistake. Without a cap, this program could balloon year after year, eating into public school funding, healthcare, infrastructure, and more. Other states are a warning, not a roadmap. Arizona and Florida's voucher programs started small and exploded hundreds of millions of dollars over their estimated fiscal guardrails. Members, this amendment allows lawmakers to budget responsibly and plan ahead, ensuring the program stays streamlined, focused, and fair, not a runaway giveaway to private institution. With that, I move, okay.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the lady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, I'll
Lady
yield.
yields.
Rep. Plisa,
Yes.
this bill originally, at one point, had a hard cap in it, did it not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's still members on the floor that believe that this bill is only a billion-dollar bill. But as we've heard from other members on this floor, this bill can be almost a $10 billion bill if we don't put caps on it.
In fact, the fiscal note on this bill says while it's $1 billion for the first year, it will be $7 billion for the following biennium, correct?
Absolutely.
And that $7 billion is basically the same, almost the same amount of money that we just added to public education.
And that's why I said this is one of the most fiscally conservative amendments of the evening.
And that $7 billion will happen no matter if the program does well or not, correct?
Yeah, and that's why we need to put this hard cap. If we see that this program is a success, then we can put more money into it. But right now, this is essentially a pilot program.
So if we do not put this amendment on, we will be giving $7 billion, that's 7,000 million of our taxpayers' dollars that we pay, that our neighbors pay, that our friends pay, that our family pays, that will be given not only to private schools, but it will be taken from public schools, because that's the money otherwise would have gone to public schools.
Yes, and we have seen in other states that have implemented these programs that they've had to make constraints on other programs such as infrastructure, healthcare, and public schools. And that's what we're trying to prevent.
And You know that we already have schools around the state that are closing as we speak.
There was actually a private school that closed in Representative Shaheen's district where in the middle of session, or in the middle of their school year, and those kids were left with nothing.
And there are public schools that are closing too right now. That
Yes.
There's planned closures all around the state.
I just went to a closing of a school in my district, Davis Elementary, who actually catered to students that are deaf and hard of hearing.
And that's $7 billion per biennium. That could be used directly to keep your local schools open, would it not?
Absolutely.
And instead, we're going to give that to private schools, to the rich.
We're not gonna do that, sir, because we're gonna pass this fiscally conservative amendment and we're gonna cap this pilot program to $1 billion.
And we should cap that we should cap it and then find out whether this program works or not, correct?
I agree.
And we know that looking at other states that have done this, we know that the results are almost always terrible.
We have seen that in other states, specifically in Arizona, where they've had to make these very hard budget cuts, and it blew up their budgets. And we have to protect the 8th largest economy in the world. The Texas miracle matters.
And Arizona's budget, their voucher program was supposed to be only be $500 million or something like that, right?
Oh, it exceeded 300% of what it was supposed to be.
And right now, it's basically sinking their entire state because they didn't put a cap in.
Yeah, and that's why I said that other states are a warning, not a roadmap.
Thank you very much. It's a good amendment.
Thank you so much. I move adoption.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Only for you, Representative
lady
Toth.
yields.
Oh, you're awesome.
Can we put that
Representative,
down in
what?
writing?
Sure, you can put that in writing. Representative Plessa, what percentage of your kids in your district are reading at below grade level?
I'm sure you have that information.
How about 32%? What percentage of your kids are below grade level in mathematics?
You can tell me your statistics, Representative.
39.7. Should we give your school more money?
Absolutely. My school districts actually give the state of Texas money. My school districts are one of the largest payer into recapture in this state.
So
So,
we
yeah,
should-
I
we-
actually think that you should let my school districts keep their money.
So with schools and with this system, the state of Florida went from being 33rd in the United States to number 1 in the United States in a 10-year period. Isn't that a good thing? And shouldn't we support that? And shouldn't we allow that to encourage that to happen? Because competition is good.
Competition is good, and that's why...
Well, you don't want competition, evidently.
No, I do. That's not what this amendment does. What this amendment does is it says that for this ESA, we are going to start off with the initial $1 billion. We are not going to allow it to balloon to $7 billion, $10 billion,
What if more
whatever.
kids want it? What if more kids need it? What about kids that need it and there isn't an opportunity in their current public school? Now, one of the things we talked about with the last amendment was that it was discriminatory. And yet, if your kids are at Dallas ISD,
My kids are not at Dallas ISD.
but let's
My
say they're
district's
let's say they're
Collin
at
County.
Dallas ISD. Can they go to the district to the north of them?
I
or
can't speak
if you're
on Dallas
at
ISD.
HISD and it's a failing school, can they go to the Woodlands where that's where we are? It's a beautiful school district. We have ag barns. We have aquatic swimming pools. We have $100 million sports complexes.
Sounds
Yet, can they
really
go-
nice.
can-
You know what? Those things sound really nice. And I wish I could speak on Dallas ISD. I happen to only represent Plano, Allen, and Frisco ISDs. People actually choose to move to those districts to put their kids in those public schools.
What if
You're taking away
You bet.
those parents' choice to put their kids in excellent Plano public schools. The governor of Texas uses Plano ISD as the schools of excellence. He actually brags about Plano ISD. So what I'm trying to do is save my public schools
Okay,
like Plano
so Highland,
ISD.
let's say you're at Highland Park. Does Highland Park have to take a kid coming from Dallas ISD? Do they have to allow that kid in?
You're going to have to ask Representative Morgan Meyer
They
about
don't
that.
have to allow that child in. How about Conroe Independent School District? Do they have to allow someone from a child from HISD? Do they have to allow them to go there?
I can tell you in Plano ISD, we do have open enrollment and we do take
But
students
they don't have
from
to
other.
take a child from another district, do
But they choose to do that. And remember, we're a body about choice. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak against the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I respectfully move to table.
Please excuse Mr. Guerin because of important committee business on a motion of Dr. Bonin. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Plesa to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, once again, if this body is truly fiscally conservative, we are going to put guardrails on this $10 billion pilot program. So with that, I move adoption, members.
Mr. Wu,
Speaker.
for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for a few questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will take one question, Chairman
The
Wu.
lady yields for one question.
Rep. Plesa, earlier Mr. Toth asked you about school performances around the state. You're aware that this body, this state, has been underfunding public education for about 30 years now?
We haven't fully funded our schools for as long as I've been alive.
Yeah. In fact, right now our state is ranked 44th in the nation in low, it's almost the lowest funding in the nation. Did you know that?
I know, and that's why I've proposed this amendment to cap this program at $1 billion, and I really hope that the members of this body stick with me on this truly fiscally conservative amendment. And with that, I will move adoption for the final time, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Plesa sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Ms. Plesa voting nay. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Simmons.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment says we don't fund this program until we've done right by public school teachers and students. Very simple. Specifically, the comptroller can't spend voucher funds unless Texas teacher pay and per pupil funding are on par with at least 95% of other states. This amendment doesn't cancel the program. It simply puts public schools first.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for
I will.
questions?
I'll yield for
The
questions,
lady
yes.
yields.
Thank you, Representative Simmons, for this really important amendment. I just have one question. What you're asking for is for the House to set priorities, teachers versus vouchers. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. Budgets show our priorities. Budgets are moral documents. We need to take care and do our constitutional duty to fully fund public schools.
Thank you so much for your really important amendment.
Thank you. Members, Before we fund new systems, let's fully fund the one we already have. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to close on the amendment.
Move adoption.
Ms. Simmons sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Money voting aye. Show Mr. Canales voting nay. Show Ms. Simmons voting nay. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Simmons.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers and members. My amendment makes one thing clear. Not a single dollar from general revenue should go to this program. If private donors want to fund this experiment, they can, but not at the expense of Texas taxpayers, not at the expense of our constituents. This strikes the state appropriation authority and limits program funding to gifts, grants, donations, and funds returned due to misuse. Let's be honest, SB2 creates a system ripe for expansion and abuse. This amendment puts a ceiling on that before it grows unchecked. Don't Arizona my Texas. To close, members, it's very easy. No public funds, no public risk. This is an experiment. If the support is really out there, let private donors prove it. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to close on the amendment.
I close. Vote no on the table to motion. Excuse me. This is emotional for me, and I'm really trying to hold myself together. But vote no. Give our people a voice. Give our people an opportunity. Vote no on the motion.
Ms. Simmons sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Simmons voting nay. Show Mr. Manuel voting nay. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 58 nays, the motion to table prevails. Is Mr. Martinez Fisher on the floor? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is pretty simple. This is a common sense amendment. If you look at the fiscal notes for the school finance bill we just passed, you look at the fiscal note for this current ESA proposal, in FY 2030, we'll be appropriating more money for ESAs than we do for our public schools. This amendment just says that we will not fund ESAs with more money than we will our public schools, and I hope it's acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You heard the debate, again, if this idea is we're going to create a program, we're going to create choice, it's been acknowledged that we have a capacity, that there are not an abundance of seats in the ESA world, maybe 30,000 extra seats. If nothing changes by FY30, we will be appropriating more money, or we'll have an obligation for more money for ESAs for less seats than we will for our public schools. And the last time I checked, it is the public schools, the free public schools that are in the Constitution, not the ESAs. And I just ask that you support this amendment if you believe that we should have. If you want to have a balanced approach, let's just make sure that we are not robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I hope that you vote against the motion to table.
Mr. Martinez Fisher sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment creates a straightforward but vital safety valve if in any biennium there is insufficient funding to cover the amount appropriated for that biennium, i.e., if there is a recession. The comptroller will be required to ensure the shortfall is met to the extent possible by using funds already appropriated from this subchapter, in other words, from the ESA program. Importantly, this amendment also includes a built-in safeguard to ensure the transfer is fiscally responsible. It will never exceed the lesser amount of the foundation school program shortfall or the ESA total appropriation. In plain terms, this amendment says that if we don't put enough money in the bucket to fully fund our schools, we at least give the comptroller the authority to top it off in the interim to the extent possible before the legislature returns and can make a needed supplemental payment for our schools. For example, this session, we included $389 million in additional state funding for the Foundation School Program in HB 500, our supplemental budget, as our current biennial appropriation ended up not fully covering the required formula-determined amount after less property taxes were collected than had been projected, and student needs were higher. School districts across Texas depend on the Foundation School Program to pay their teachers, run their buses, and keep their lights on. So if school property values significantly drop, schools could be forced to lay off teachers and other staff, or even to shutter operations. We've seen the tough choices that school districts have had to make when appropriations don't keep pace with needs. With this amendment, we're giving districts something they desperately need, some predictability, so they can make hiring decisions, open programs, and serve students, knowing the state will have their backs if something goes sideways. Let me be clear. This is not about creating new spending. It's about ensuring that dollars already proposed in our budget are used to meet our constitutional obligation to support and maintain our public schools. This is a measured, targeted, and responsible tool to help protect school funding from unintended shortfalls. Thank you, members. I respectfully ask for your support. And
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the lady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Howard. There's no question that we are in good times right now, good financial times in Texas. Would you agree?
Absolutely. It's declining, but we have been the past couple of sessions. It's starting to go down.
So we've had surplus after surplus.
Right.
And a record amount in our rainy day fund. Would you agree?
I would agree. I was also here in 2011 when public education was cut by $5.4 billion because we were in a recession.
Yeah, so that was going to be my next one. So it's in 2011,
Yes,
and we cut our public school funding
by $5.4 billion.
Okay. So I think this is
When
important.
we still had money in the rainy day fund that we could have used to prevent those cuts in our schools.
So we cut it by $5.4 billion.
Correct.
And no voucher program back then.
No.
And today, without your amendment, it's possible that we could continue to fully fund the voucher program, and all these costs would be made up by the foundation school program. Is that correct?
Well, what I'm saying basically is, and I'm not sure I understood exactly how you framed that, but we do have a formula that funds our schools. And we project what we expect to come in, and sometimes we have a downturn in our economy.
Right.
The money does not come in that we project, the property values. I just got my property appraisal notice this week. My appraisal on my home has gone down. So that will mean less money coming in to our
Correct.
schools. We have to be looking at 2.5 years at least ahead to project this. Sometimes we don't project it accurately, and more money is needed for our schools. This will help our schools in the interim before we can come back and provide a supplemental budget so that they do not have to lay teachers off, they do not have to shutter their doors.
Well, I thank you for the proposal, and I'm not sure if this is the correct place, so that was the purpose of my question, is that if we have another downturn, if we were to suffer a recession,
Yes.
that there could be potential for cutting public education. Is your understanding right now that without some measure included in this bill, I'm not sure if the author can tell us if there is a measure, what his intention would be, that if we ever cut public education, would we also cut, maybe by the same percentage, the money that we put into the voucher program?
Actually, what this is suggesting is that if there is a downturn and we do not have the revenue to meet the formula required amounts that we are supposed to provide to our public schools, that we will use the money for private schools to put back into our constitutionally required public schools to ensure that they do not have the shortfall that they would otherwise have.
It's a great amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to
Mr.
table.
Speaker,
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman has moved to table. He'll have to withdraw his motion to table in order to yield for questions.
Sorry.
The motion to table is withdrawn. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Thank you, Thank you, Chairman Buckley.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman
do.
Buckley.
Yeah.
So I want to understand and stay within the parameters of the amendment here, and that there is an opportunity in future years that we don't have these good times as we're having today. And
Yes.
there is potential for cutting of public education. Would you agree that that's always on the table?
Well, every session, Mr. Romero, everything that we do is subject to passing the budget. And we are, the funding for the program in SB2 is totally dependent upon this body taking action and appropriating the dollars
Understood.
required.
But you do agree that, as I asked Representative Howard, we're in great times right now. Because we're in great times, we're able to do more. And I believe that that's why you're trying to do more. You believe that this is a way that you're actually doing more by Texas families. And I think that it's easy to see those things and do some of those things when we're in abundant times. You could argue that this is a time when people are moving to Texas at a record level, where sales tax are at record levels. We have more money than we've ever had. And potentially that might be the reason why this bill is where it is and why it's gotten the wins that it has. So to the point of her amendment here, there's still grave concern that we might not be in these times as we are today. And if that occurs, of course you would understand that we could potentially cut public education if we were to fall into recession like we did in 2011. Would you agree?
I cannot speak to the actions of a future legislature. But I do know that this bill requires that the legislature take action to appropriate any dollars for this program. And I trust those future legislatures to do what is right and what's best by Texas families and their kids.
I trust them as you do as well. But whenever we have to make those decisions, do you believe that, and I know this is a hypothetical, Chairman Buckley, and I hate to ask you to answer this question, but I will. Do you believe that if we are ever in a position where we had to cut public schools, you would also be in favor of cutting vouchers by the same rate that we'd cut public schools?
I'm in favor of the legislature and those duly elected by those folks back home to make that decision in the future concerning this hypothetical situation. And I'm sure they will. I know they will do right by Texas.
You don't believe that it would be fair, not speaking about the future legislatures, but you as a legislator, would you feel that it would be fair to Texas public school kids that you just passed a very pivotal bill in HB2, and finally, bringing us back up, as you mentioned, and I won't go back through all the words that you said today. You did a great job. But do you think that it would be fair to all those kids that remain in traditional public schools if we faced a recession and we didn't make an adjustment in the voucher program?
If I were involved in the future, whenever that hypothetical time is, I would make sure that we did right by Texas kids in our public schools.
And if that included cutting the budget for public schools, would you believe that that would include cutting the budget for the voucher program as well?
I suspect that if the state were in a economic incidents like that there would be significant decisions to be made throughout the Texas budget.
Yeah, and I agree, but this very specifically is dealing with education. At this point, we're only going to fund education through traditional public schools that include charters and so on, but now private schools. Do you believe that that would be the right decision to make, that if you had to cut public education, you would cut it across the board in all forms of education, all taxpayer-funded education?
I believe that the legislature would act in terms of what was best to make sure that our schools were funded and that other programs up and down the budget were funded to the extent that the legislature could fund it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about cuts, not necessarily funding. But we cut by $5.5 billion in 2011, and we're just getting back to those levels. So my point is, if we had to cut at that time, could you feel good about yourself saying that we only cut public education and yet we left the private school funding the same?
I think what I said is I think that those future legislators would make a decision to meet their constitutional requirements to fund our schools, our public schools, and also make decisions on the impact that other budget cuts would have on Texas families up and down the budget. Everything from SB2 all the way to our roads and health care and everything up and down the budget, all 1,000 and whatever pages of it. Yes, sir.
And back on the amendment here by Representative Howard, if you're in a position where we're in a recession and we are in great times, such where we have almost $30 billion in rainy day fund, would you be would you be in the position of understanding the predicament that put public school teachers and all the students in Texas if we ever had to defund our schools again?
Certainly in the hypothetical time that you sort of describe or lay out, I think that that would be a moment for this body to act in a prudent fashion throughout the budget and everything to make sure that we meet our responsibilities to Texans. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Would the speaker yield for one, or the member yield
The
for one
gentleman
question?
yield for questions.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
Dr.
yield.
Buckley, as I understand it in the current bill, the current funding for ESAs are set at 85% of what we're putting in just for the operational portion of the schools. Is that right? Wouldn't it necessarily? It would go down. They're already tied, although the ESA is a lower amount. Am I missing that?
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. That's a great point. And hypothetically, should public school funding decrease, then ESA amounts would decrease as well.
Right, because literally, they're already tied to, but much lower than what they're getting, and with no facility funding. So it's not just 85% of, it's probably more like 60% of the total amount. But they're already tied, kind of assuming that is going to happen. So it's already lower and tied.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the conversation. It's not exactly what this amendment is about. What we're talking about here is what do we do during the interim, between sessions, when the legislature is not here to act. What happens is if we enter a recession during the interim and public schools are losing funds, what I'm asking for in this amendment is that rather than let our public schools suffer, that they be able to have the comptroller transfer any funding that is for ESAs back into public education, which we are constitutionally required to provide. And then we can take care of it when we come back, as you've just been hearing in this interchange, in the next session, and do a supplemental as we did this time. But this is about protecting our school districts in the interim, when we are not in session and they could be suffering, they could be having to do layoffs, they could be having to shutter their doors. We give them a lifeline to continue to meet the needs of public school students in our states. I would appreciate that you vote no against the motion to table. Thank you.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question on the is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 61 nays, a motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Garcia Hernandez.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are all familiar with the recapture system, also known as Robin Hood. Recapture is meant to provide equity for schools, both public and charter. My amendment clarifies recapture funds from our public school districts across Texas cannot be used to provide a discount for private education. Enacting this amendment will ensure that recapture funds cannot be transferred to the voucher program. We've already allocated this money for public education to support other schools across Texas. Let's ensure that remains the case and is not transferred to individuals who are exiting the public school system. Members, I ask for your support. And I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to close on the amendment.
Thank you, members. Just like I reiterated, this particular amendment is...
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Plisa, for what purpose?
does Representative Cassandra Garcia Hernandez yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
She yields.
Representative, can you please tell me how much in recapture do your school districts pay?
Well, I have a total of 4 school districts in my district. 3 of, in fact, are recapture districts. So Capel ISD paid in 2022 to 2023, $49 million. In 2023 to 2024, $21 million. Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD paid $49 million in recapture in 2022 and 2023, $7 million in 2023 and 2024. And Dallas ISD, which is also one of my recapture districts, paid $215 million in 2022, 2023, and $45 million in 2023 and 2024. So total, my recapture districts paid a total of $313 million in 2022 and 2023, and $73 million in 2023 and 2024.
And this recapture money is going back into the state of Texas. This is not necessarily going back into public education, is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know how many ISDs currently pay into recapture? And if you don't, that's okay, I have that number.
As of right now, my understanding that there are a total of 160 out of 1,207 school districts.
And so recapture essentially is what makes our property taxes go up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So voting against this amendment essentially is a vote for increasing property taxes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't want to take a vote to increase property taxes. Do you?
I do not.
So I'm for your amendment. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, members. I just wanted to reiterate once again, this particular amendment does not touch the recapture system. We are not defunding or stopping the recapture system. We are only saying that recapture funds from our school districts, the 160 school districts in the state of Texas, those particular funds will not be going to this program. And so with that, I ask that you please vote no, oppose the motion to table.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment prohibits the use of taxpayer-funded voucher dollars for advertising or marketing. Working families don't need public money spent on flashy brochures or targeted ads. They need real investment in the schools their kids attend. Every dollar used to market private options is a dollar not going towards teachers, counselors, or services that help students succeed. Families trying to make ends meet shouldn't have to compete with taxpayer-funded promotions. They deserve transparency, not sales tactics. This amendment ensures public dollars stay focused on education, not advertising, and on helping children, not institutions, thrive. Specifically, this amendment prohibits the comptroller from using program money to enter into a contract or agreement or engage in marketing, advertising, or other activities to advertise, promote, or market the voucher program. The state of Arizona's government is spending upwards of $10 million on pro-voucher ads targeted at special needs and minority children. If we buy advertisements anywhere near this number, it would be the equivalent of limiting this voucher program by about 1,000 students. 1,000 students who could otherwise receive funding if we take up this amendment and ensure fiscal responsibility. Unfortunately, we've been warned about this by elected officials in states where this is already a problem. The state of Arizona is buying Spanish-language radio advertisements to trick families into participating into the program, with promises of free money and access to elite private academies. The outcome is that these families pull their kids out of free public schools and then quickly realize that A, no private school is willing to accept their student, or B, after a year in the program, their voucher isn't enough money to continue at the private school. These children then return to their public schools behind their peers, and our public schools foot the bill to catch them up to speed. I have a message to the working family communities in Texas. Vouchers are a scam intended to benefit rich people. These private schools are not required to accept your children. You give up the rights you had in public schools. The full cost of tuition, transportation, and textbooks will almost never be covered fully by the voucher. Please don't fall for it. This is our hard-earned taxpayer money. We would be incredibly naive if we didn't listen to other states' warnings, and we would be fiscally irresponsible to siphon any more money away from the children this program is supposed to serve. My amendment to prohibit the comptroller from advertising, promoting, or marketing the voucher program will bring back fiscal responsibility to the Texas House. I urge you to vote yes on my amendment.
Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative. So it sounds like you're anticipating that some of these private schools might advertise to get students to come to them.
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know that actually even our public schools are anticipating having to advertise to keep students within their district? Just last week, I went to a candidate forum for the Lake Travis School Board, and candidates were talking about the need to advertise to get students back into the district. And so not only are we anticipating dollars being spent for the private schools to attract students, but it's going to be kind of this competitive advertising, don't you think?
Yes, and it's unfortunate because for every dollar they're spending on advertising is a dollar that's not going to educate our children.
That's right. So your amendment would say that, what, private schools can't use our public dollars for advertising to attract students?
Marketing, advertising, or other activities to promote, market, or advertise the development or use of their program.
You know, I think that this makes so much sense, but maybe you have been recognizing the same thing I have, that all of our amendments, regardless of how common sense, how conservative leaning they are, they're being tabled so that we're not even voting on these amendments, such as yours.
It's unfortunate because the people of Texas, working class families, deserve to see us fight and debate on the issues. And unfortunately, when we table these motions, we're also silencing debate and really shutting down democracy.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and it's almost as though some members have been told how to vote, and they aren't looking at the policy, they're just following direction.
It appears that's a common understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Chair has Dr. Buckley in opposition. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman
Dr.
yields.
Buckley, I'm not sure what your intent is, but I wanted to know if you intend to motion to ask to table this amendment.
Yes.
May I ask why?
Because it's important that we're able to do the type of promotional endeavors that are necessary to make sure families know about this program. We do that in our public schools. They have departments in charge of communications and advertising and billboards and things like. It's really no different. The most important thing is to make sure that families know that they have access to an educational option via this program.
So the $1 billion that is being set aside or allocated for this program, that $1 billion is used for actual attendance and funding for the students to attend the private school, and the $1 billion, that same $1 billion would be used towards advertising, or is there a separate fund for advertising?
Yeah, it's within the administrative portion percentage that has limits on it of 5% and 3%.
5 and 20% at the
No, 5
comptroller?
and 3. I'm sorry.
5 and 3%.
Sorry, so a total of 8.
So of the $1 billion that has been set aside,
But
how much is going to Go ahead.
Oh,
You can
I'm
clarify.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just, yeah, I want to be clear. There is a component for comptroller expense, and then also expense of operating the program via the comptroller approved certified education assistance organization.
Okay, and so the $1 billion, is that total, or is that just for actual paying for the school attendance? I'm just trying to clarify and make sure I understand what the billion
funds,
dollars.
the funds for operating, and I guess I'll keep it to the amendment. The funds that could be used for promotion would come from that $1 billion.
Okay, that's what I wanted
Okay,
to know.
I'm,
All right,
yeah,
thank you.
you bet.
Mr. Speaker,
Respond for what purpose?
ask Chairman Buckley a question or
Does
two.
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So Chairman Buckley, I just want to make sure I understand this. This amendment would prohibit the use of any of these dollars for communicating to families about this program. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so if you didn't communicate to families that this program existed, what would the impact be?
You would have a lack of awareness, and you would have less participation.
And in particular, what communities do you think might participate less in the program if there's no effort to communicate this opportunity to them?
I think it's the communities that this bill prioritizes, our special need kids and low-income kids.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Speaker, members, I respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez Ramos in opposition. To close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think there was a mischaracterization of the facts. The truth is these programs can promote their programs. These Catholic schools, these private schools, there is nothing saying that they can't do that. Of course they can. They can do it all day, every day, and spend millions of dollars. We're just saying not the money that we're allocating for the vouchers. That money needs to stay in that program. So there is an absolute, in fact, these programs are able to receive gift grants. There's private donations that these schools receive. Use that money instead of for whatever other uses you may have. That money may be used for that. What we're saying is that the voucher money, or the money that's allocated in this $1 billion, needs to not be used for marketing and advertising. What we're saying is every one of those dollars needs to be used to educate the child, not to market and advertising. If they want people to know about their program, then they have a separate pool of money that they could use to promote their programs, not this money. And so I move adoption.
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Harless voting aye. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is really quite simple. It's about providing guardrails and accountability. Last Thursday, we passed a budget that includes $1 billion to fund the voucher program. Throughout budget night, we voted for and against countless amendments to move money around in the budget. Those of us on appropriations have spent months making tough decisions about what the state can and cannot afford to fund. This amendment protects the funding for the programs that we all care about by limiting the voucher program's funding to only the amount appropriated to it in the General Appropriations Act. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley. Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield
Does the
when
gentleman
ever he
yield for
comes to?
questions?
Yes, I will yield.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. Can I ask a request moving forward for the rest of the amendments? I noticed that we've gotten into a pattern of just motioning the table, but in the past, when that request was made, usually the author would say, I motion to table because, and say a reason. I think that there's a public watching this debate, and I don't think that they have access to the same floor amendment system we have, so they don't see the amendments. And so it just looks a little bit like we could give more clarity. If that would be great, if you could do that for all the amendments moving forward, that would be really helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members, I respectfully move to table. The bill currently limits appropriation to the amount that's appropriated by the legislature.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
He has moved to table, which means he cannot answer. So
Thank
the
you.
table's on the floor. Ms. Howard to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am quite cognizant of the fact that we have $1 billion in the Appropriations Act. Like you, I think we understand, though, that there are times when funds are moved around during the interim. There are a variety of mechanisms where funds can be moved from one funding strategy to another. All this amendment is doing is saying we are limiting the funding to vouchers, to what was appropriated, and to nothing more.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady for
I do.
questions. Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Representative Howard. I think this is a really important amendment, and I know we're getting in a cadence of yes and no's, but I think members should pay attention. What your amendment does is says, if we do not as a body vote to appropriate it, that in different moments of the interim, because you are correct, 1,000%, things can be moved, it gives the power to us to determine how much money is appropriated. Why would we not want to maintain our power as the legislature? So again, I think your amendment is extremely important. So correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is that we can only spend money on this program if we appropriate it through the appropriations bill, not any other mechanism.
Absolutely correct. And as you know, being Vice Chair of Appropriations, there are opportunities during the interim without the legislature being involved for funds to be transferred. All this amendment is doing is saying the legislature is making the decision about the amount. Nothing more should be transferred into this program.
And we can say if we want more money or less money, but we appropriate it and it's part of a public conversation, not done in the shadows, so it's accountability, transparency, and good governance. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Great
Thank
amendment.
you. I move to not table the motion. Thank you. The amendment, whatever.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting nay. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wale.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would restrict the Education Savings Account program under SB2 to families with a household income at or below 85% of the state median income. Members, the income brackets in this legislation go all the way up to 500% of the poverty guidelines, which for a family of four, that income is about $160,000+ a year for that family of four. We should not be subsidizing wealthier families' private school tuition. Members, I urge you to consider this amendment to restrict the program to families that could use it the most. One of the issues with the bill, and as argued throughout the debate today, is to help prioritize low-income students or low-income families or moderate-income families. And I don't support this bill, but if the purpose is to help those families, then we should restrict the amounts for this bill, $1 billion to the families most in need of this proposed legislation, because as I understand it, as I mentioned earlier, there's about a 500% cap on that, and as a matter of fact, I think there's no cap, and so we shouldn't be subsidizing higher income families' private school tuition with tax dollars that are primarily paid by sales tax, because we're using majority of our budget is being used, is generated by sales tax. And who pays those sales tax? People that go buy goods and services. Low-income families that go to the grocery store, they pay a sales tax. So it's a kind of perverse that those same low-income families would be, in essence, paying the private school tuition of the higher-income families. So this simple amendment caps that participation of those families at 85% of the 85% of median income.
Mr. Speaker. Ms. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yields for the questions.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Wally. Excuse me. So your amendment would limit the voucher to 85 families that are at 85% of the median income of the state.
Medium income, yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And so we heard some dialogue earlier that I'm sure you heard between Representative Frank and me about, shouldn't we provide resources to families with less means to be able to send their kids to private schools? It sounds like that's what your amendment would almost ensure. Do I have that correctly?
That is exactly right, Representative Turner. Look, if we're worried about these children that don't have no options, because that's been the argument, then let's help those children, those families that actually would be benefited by this proposed legislation. So, look, the amendment specifically says that we limit this child. The child is a member. This particular child is a member of a household with a total annual income that is at or below 85% of the state median income. So you're exactly right in that exchange. The way as I read the legislation, you have several categories, right? You have children with disabilities, children at 85% of the median income, and then it starts to tail off, but there's still no cap. So it could be that a family at 500% of the federal poverty level could benefit from that, and that's it seems kind of perverse to me.
Yeah, I agree. And so without your amendment, there is no cap. There is no income cap on who can benefit from this in this bill. Is that right?
Absolutely not.
So if you're, a very successful person, and God bless those who are, but if you're making a multi-million-dollar a year salary, you would be eligible under this bill without your amendment to draw this ESA to subsidize sending your kids to the most expensive private schools in the state.
That's correct.
Okay. I think you have a great amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Waller.
you.
Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman answer a couple questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Representative, so we can put it in perspective. When you talk about 85% of the median, what type of income level so people can understand what those parameters are?
So right now, that would be for a family of four at 85%, would be about a little over $80,000 a year for that family.
For the whole household?
The whole household.
So,
I don't want to assume what family situations are, but you could have two parents making $40,000 or one parent making $80,000.
okay, so what I'm thinking about is a couple who may each make $48,000, $50,000 each. We're talking about $100,000. That family would not qualify?
No. What the amendment does is caps that that ESA, that voucher, to families that make under 85%, at or below 85%.
So we're
of
talking
the
about a
median.
household of 4 making less than 80,000,
Correct. Roughly 80,000, yes.
roughly 80,000. So that truly will get the folks that we're saying we want to serve.
That's correct.
And so at the 500%, what is that number? Do you know?
My numbers, and I can stand corrected, is about, for a family of 4 at 500%, is about 160,000.
So about 100, so double.
Correct.
So the current bill now says 160,000, which is double what your amendment does.
Correct.
And so your amendment truly gets to the families that probably is most in need for that support.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good amendment.
Yes. I was ready for you. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, I believe, does not recognize what the bill already does. The bill prioritizes our special needs kids with an income cap, and then our most economically disadvantaged families earning $67,000 a year or less is second priority. And so we already prioritize those students contemplated, and for that I would respectfully move to table.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker. All right.
Dr. Bonin, Dr. Buckley has already made a motion to table. The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, this amendment is very simple. If we want to help, as been laid out in the layout of this bill, if we want to help moderate to low-income families with perceived choice, and I believe there is choice currently in our ISDs, because particularly in Aldine ISD, we have CTE, we have a CTE high school, we have a PTech high school. We provide many of options for our schools in Aldine ISD. It would behoove us to cap the amount of family income to those to the benefit of this particular legislation, to those families that meet 85% of the median household income. These are the children and families in most need. And so it's very simple. It caps, a hard cap, because there are no caps. You can say that you prioritize them in the legislation, but there's still no caps.
Mr.
A family
Speaker.
up to 500% of the federal
Ms.
poverty
Goodwin,
level
for
can
what
get it.
purpose?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
Absolutely.
So, yes, I also heard Chairman Buckley mentioning prioritization. But if, let's just say for whatever reason, no families in priorities 1, 2, and 3 applied or were accepted, all of the voucher money or ESA money could go to Category 5, which is anybody, essentially, correct?
That's how I understand the legislation. So
So it's a priority, but it's not a requirement.
It's a priority. It has I think it's had 4 standards, right? So you have 85% included in that. First tier are families that have children that might be disabled, and then it subsequently ratchets down from I think 2 to 500, and then 500 is the other designation. So I think, as I understand the legislation too, you would already have to be in private school. I think that's correct. And so
I'm also curious, your amendment, does that pertain to each of the categories, or just how does that work?
We strictly we renumber actually we do away with categories, basically.
Okay.
What the amendment does is cap the families who can benefit from the legislation at or below 85% of the state median income.
So you're
So
basically
it's a hard cap.
So you're basically saying, hey, we are prioritizing with no way to slip through the cracks. We are prioritizing low-income families that right now can't access private education.
We are prioritizing in this amendment to those families that need it the most.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield?
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for question?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
I just want to clarify the existing bill because it's been misrepresented in the back and forth. There is actually in the current bill a 20% hard cap on that fourth group that you're talking about. So if there's no one, you use the hypothetical, if there is no one in the first three, which is obviously highly unlikely, if there's no special needs, which is the first one, if there's no one under 200%, if there's no one under 500%, if there's no one in that group that uses it, then no one in the top group will use it because there is a hard cap in the bill of no more than 20% of the total funds will go to that group. Are you aware of that?
No more than 20% of what group?
Of the total ESA funds. So
Right.
if there's no one participating, I realize that doesn't keep anyone from getting it, but if there is no one, it encourages the program to make sure that the first in line are the people that you're talking about. But there is a hard cap of 20%. No more than 20% of the money can go there. And the reality is, if we do our job with the advertising, that the people that you want to be served will actually be served first because they are prioritized. They are first in line.
Okay, so then why don't we cap it as this amendment?
Well, I was just, I wasn't trying to change the bill. This
Yeah.
bill has been discussed a lot, but you represented that somehow we could end up with all the money to the top ones, and that's simply not the case. And I just wanted to make sure that you and the body knew that that was not the case.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that somebody that makes over $160,000 wouldn't be benefited by this legislation.
I agree, but I was just correcting the back and forth that said that somehow all the money could go to the top, and that's just not the case.
Well, let me.
So I just want, is that you understand that that is in the bill? The 20% hard cap in the top group is in the bill as it stands right now.
Well, let me answer. Let me respond this way. Then why have, if the argument is that we want to help the most children in need, then let's help the most children in need. Why are we helping families that could pay for private school tuition anyway?
I think the primary reason is because we want to help all families, and the reality is, if you know.
So we want to help wealthy families too send their kids to private school?
We want to help all families get the education they want. And by the way, currently we are already funding $16,000, $18,000 a year for the wealthiest families that are in public schools. So this could actually, if somebody is in public school and moves out of public school in that wealthy area, it will actually save the state money. Okay? It will actually save the state money.
I guess at some point, these dollars, if we want these dollars to go to the most in need, we need to draft the bill as it leaves here with the families most in need of the help. So let's cap it at 85. Why are we using tax dollars of hardworking people that pay sales tax? My constituents
we're actually
go
already
to the
doing
grocery
that.
store. Why does my neighbor who has 3 or 4 kids, one household income, working class family as a bus driver, use their tax dollars to send wealthy families, paying wealthy families private school tuition? I was
just trying to make sure that you understood. A, we're already doing that in traditional public schools, and B, I just wanted to make sure that you understood the cap that already is in there, so we weren't
as I understand, that cap
misrepresenting it to the
expires
body.
in 2027. So,
yeah. Thank you.
Ms.
Mr.
Weiner, for what
Speaker.
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
yes.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Wally, we heard a lot of conversation on this bill during the layout about how the goal was to provide low-income families access to private schools. Is that correct?
That's, as I sat in my desk listening intently to every word of the layout and the amendment process, that's exactly what I heard.
So if that is truly the goal, if the goal is truly to provide that access to low-income families,
and not to provide a tax subsidy to wealthy families. Is there any reason to oppose your amendment?
Not at all.
Thank you.
I close. Move adoption.
Mr. Wally sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting no. Show Mr. Busey voting no. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our bill author, Chairman Buckley, has said that this bill is universal, and at least based on income, that would be correct. Millionaires and billionaires will be able to get a government handout to send their kids to private schools that they already attend. But I don't think we should give billionaires this voucher. I think we should save it. If we're going to pass this legislation, we should save it for those that most need. My friend Chairman Frank, as has been highlighted now and some back and forth, said earlier to Representative Turner that rich families already have more access. They already have it. On social media earlier, our colleague Hillary Hicklin said, "Today we set the captives free. School choice is coming to Texas. Hallelujah." And Governor Abbott has said many times, including recently at a rally in San Antonio, these are parents living paycheck to paycheck. So Representative Hicklin and Frank, I think I have an amendment for you. With my amendment, we can ensure that none of the money, the $1 billion, goes to the rich that already have the access, but instead to the parents, as Governor Abbott said, that are living paycheck to paycheck. So members, like many others, this amendment is simple. It ensures that individuals making more than 500% of the federal poverty level are not eligible for this voucher program. Let's be honest. The governor has claimed, as we said, that this bill is about helping low-income families access a better education. But we know that that is potentially not what will happen. Not in Texas, not under this bill. We've also seen in many other states that that is not what has happened when they have passed voucher bills. Across the country, in places like Arizona, Arkansas, and Florida, the vast majority of voucher users, up to 95% in some states, Arkansas in this case, have already attended a private school and not attended a public school before taking advantage. That means they are already able to pay for that private school education. This isn't about helping kids in struggling schools unless we put my amendment on. It's about giving families who already send their kids to private school a taxpayer-funded discount. That's not school choice. That's a government handout for the wealthy. If the governor is serious about helping low-income Texans, then this amendment should be an easy yes for each and every one of us, because no one making six figures needs help covering private school tuition. We've heard over and over the average of $9,500. Well, we don't need the rich to be able to cover $9,500. Members, Texans want strong public schools, not tax giveaways to rich Texans. This amendment protects taxpayer dollars, keeps the program focused on the families the governor is claiming to care about, and helps prevent the kind of abuse we've seen in every other state that has gone down this road. So let's make this bill what it pretends to be. And we heard a back and forth a minute ago that said, well, we got to fill the other buckets first. Well, let's make sure that we never fill the rich elite bucket with this voucher, or ESA, as some have called it, program. I don't mean to offend. If you want to call it an ESA, call it that. Vote with me on this amendment. Let's live up to the potential of this bill. Let's make sure that the rich aren't taken advantage with this government handout. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Busey. The bill before us, which has been much ballyhooed as being a way to uplift people of low means, families of low means who are stuck in struggling schools, in fact, will be a public subsidy of the tax dollars that our constituents pay in order to subsidize wealthy families in private schools. Is that not right?
It absolutely has the potential to do that.
And let's talk about that potential, because as you pointed out, there are a number of different buckets that need to be filled before you get to this uncapped potential of billionaires being eligible for this subsidy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, there's one thing that's curious about the bill that has not been discussed, that those buckets go away after the first 2 years of the bill, do they not?
I'll take your word for it.
So the buckets, in fact, do not stay in place in perpetuity of the program. They melt away so that the caps that are put in place do not persist beyond the first few years of the program. Is that correct?
Well, it is, and Representative, with that being stated, I'll tell you what's more important than ever that we put this amendment on, because if that was to happen, then we would see more rich and more elite and take advantage of this program down the road, and we would not be serving the kids that are truly in need. So we need to make sure that with this amendment, that we're not living in the possibilities of the rich getting it or not getting it. Let's just say they don't get it. Let's put this on. You know, one of my friends is rich, and you know, he's a wealthy individual. Well,
how do you know?
Maybe the guy at the bag mic as well. One of my friends, he was talking to me the other day, and he said, I could get behind this if it wasn't going to people like me, going to rich people like him. If we weren't giving this away to the elite, if it was truly to help those in need. But there's potential here. I know that there are some buckets that will do that, but there's potential here for it to go to others that do not need this, that already have this kind of access.
So when, and apparently there's some disagreement about whether the caps on the buckets melt away or not. I know that was in the underlying bill, might have been fixed in the perfecting amendment. When we do fill up the buckets and you have this final bucket, what is the cap that you're seeking to place?
So this is saying no one over 500% of the federal poverty level can take advantage of taxpayer handout voucher.
And what does that look like? What is 500% of FPL?
$160,000 roughly for a family. So we're talking about a family that brings home $160,000 up to that line. If you're above that line, we're saying you have this choice already. If you want to go to a private school, if you want to go to a public charter school, heck, if you want to move to a different school district, you probably have the means to do it. So we're asking all of us here to say, look, let's take the governor at his word that this is helping people living paycheck to paycheck. Let's take our colleagues at their word that they want to help the middle class and lower economic status class get this option. Let's just guarantee that top bucket of the rich elite doesn't get to take advantage of this. They don't need it. They don't need it. And I think there's a lot of people out there that agree with that. So let's just ensure that the middle class that this is designed to help serve, there's more money to go to them. It's $1 billion. It's not universal economically. So let's make sure that the dollars that we are choosing to appropriate to this go to those that are more in need. With this amendment, we can do that.
Thanks, Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields.
Yeah, first of all, I think most of us in here want universal, not most of us, but I know I do. I want every parent to have the choice. But I just wanted to clarify something in the back and forth because it was on Dr. Buckley's perfecting amendment that 20% cap doesn't melt away as has been represented. That 20% cap lasts in perpetuity. And the reason that's important, are you aware that 20% doesn't go away, the 20% cap on the upper income?
Yeah, Representative Frank, I totally take your word for it. As you know, the wrong perfected amendment was filed. Some of us didn't get to see it until right before the vote, so we had seconds to really review it.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting there was anything wrong. I just wanted to make sure that you were
I can
aware.
understand why there was confusion among our colleagues on that. But let me say to that point, so I totally take your word. I've heard that the cap is there now in perpetuity. But what I'm concerned about, and I also heard your last dialogue on the last amendment, that you got to fill the other buckets. I take you at that word as well. I'm concerned about why do we ever want to get to this bucket?
Yeah.
Why do we want to do that? We've got more people that have more need that we could serve with this. And let's if we're going to pass this bill, which I'm opposed to because I think it will hurt our other school options in the long run. But if we are going to pass this bill, let's truly serve the Texas families with need with this bill. So let's just block that higher bucket altogether. I hope you'll join me in that.
Just as we serve all kids into current public schools, including the wealthy ones, I think this is an opportunity for us to give more options to all parents, and very importantly, to limit it and to prioritize those who need it most. And
look, I appreciate it, and I'm not saying get rid of all the prioritization buckets. I'm talking about those over 500% of the federal poverty level.
Gotcha.
Families making $160,000. And I agree with you. You brought up our public schools. Look, we've got
I told
public
him one
schools to serve
question.
everyone. We all. All right, thank you, Chairman Frank.
Mr. Morales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes,
Gentleman
I do.
yield. Gentleman yields.
So, Mr. Busey,
Yes,
you're
sir.
asking this legislative body to address the.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, motion to
Mr.
extend.
Morales, for what purpose?
Motion to extend against the objection of the one, Mr. Hayes behind me.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection?
No.
Chair hears none. Gentleman's time is extended.
Mr. Busey, quickly.
Yes, sir.
Your amendment is actually asking this legislative body to address the issue of, on the right, you're asking us to make a decision between millionaires and billionaires, and on the left, with the middle class, and stand behind with the middle class and those low-income earners. Is that correct?
That is correct. Look,
And- go ahead.
$160,000. If you make under that, then you would still be eligible if you put this amendment on. We're saying those that make over 500% of the federal poverty level, let's not extend this right now. Let's not do that. Let's take them out. Let's not get to that bucket. Let's serve those that truly need it, which we have been told over and over and over that that's what the people want from this governor. Let's meet them. The governor said we can't go to a vote. Fine. People listen to him there. Let's listen to his intent of this bill, which is to serve
Right.
people living paycheck to paycheck.
And by the last count, and that I recall, were there more millionaires and billionaires in the state of Texas, or more low-income and middle-class people in the state of Texas?
I think there's a lot more hardworking, low-income, and middle-class Texans that would probably, if people are going to take advantage of this, I think this body would rather serve them than serve the rich elite.
And so if we have to decide, and each one of us has approximately 200,000 people, what do you think is the vast majority of those that we represent? Low-income and middle-class, or we represent millionaires and billionaires?
I think the vast majority is low-income and middle-class, and I think we're just saying let's not make this a feeding trough for the rich. Let's take care of the low-income and middle-class families with this, and let's just guarantee that just in case we were to get to that top bucket, we don't spend taxpayer dollars on millionaires and billionaires getting a subsidy, a government handout to pay for their privatization.
And last question, your amendment would not prohibit and would not exclude low-income or moderate-income families.
Absolutely not.
Now, I understand the data shows that it'll allow participants for families that are making under $160,000 for a family of four. Is that your understanding of what your amendment would do?
That's correct.
And also, $188,000 or lower for a family of five, you would be able to qualify. But if you make more than that, then yeah, there is this exclusion.
Correct. It's not a hard number. We're using 160,000 as the threshold to understand what a family of four is. It's 500% of the federal poverty level. I want everyone in here to think about what 500% of the federal poverty level is. That's what we're talking about. We're saying if you make more than that, then maybe you don't need big government to roll in and pay for your kids' private
Last
school
question, in
education.
comparison to recently, just so that we can have, for those listening at home, the comparison between what your amendment would do with the 500% restriction and what we did for Medicaid. What is that threshold on Medicaid?
I mean, I think I have that number here. It's staggeringly different. When we look at what we do for Medicaid, a family of four, it's, let me find the number here, unless you have it in front of you, Representative, but it is shocking.
I understand that it's 42,768.
That's correct. And so we're not even using the same numbers. We had a healthcare fight here last week, Medicaid expansion, that everybody said, we can't do that. That's too much money for people making too much money.
For people making
But we want to give a
46,000.
voucher to people making dramatically more than that.
Okay.
Dramatically more. We won't give government-supported health care that you're already taxed on and paying for, but we'll give you a voucher. That's what, if we don't put this amendment on, that's what we're saying here.
And if we end up, again, the possibility of having to address the issue of motioning to table this amendment, which I'm not proposing for, we would be in the same boat. We would be choosing millionaires and billionaires if we voted in favor of motioning to table instead of the low-income and middle-class Texans.
Absolutely right. I can't imagine anyone here that is representing the 200,000 constituents that they are here to serve would want this voucher to go to the rich elite in their districts, but instead to go to the middle class and low-income working families that they serve. So I think I would expect that we would take this as an up and down vote, not a motion to table, and that we would be able to pass this unanimously, accepted by the author, to ensure that the intent of the governor to serve families living paycheck to paycheck is truly served by this bill. We can all do that, friends. Friends and colleagues, with this amendment, we can live up to the words of the governor and make sure that we're ensuring that only the families living paycheck to paycheck are struggling even more are the ones that get to take advantage of this. Let's serve our constituents with this. Let's not serve the rich elite with this.
I appreciate your input. I appreciate your hard work on this amendment. I know that you have visited House District 74. I know that you have a place out there also. I know who you know I represent and that you're standing up with this amendment for those low-income and middle-class folks that I represent in House District 74, and I applaud you for those efforts.
Sir,
Mr. Busey.
you have the second prettiest district in Texas.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose?
Will the member yield to questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Busey. My first question is, how many billionaires are there in Texas?
Why don't you tell me, sir?
I'm asking you. You're so very concerned about the number of billionaires. I'm asking how many billionaires are there in Texas?
I think Texas has more than any other state, but I will say this. If one billionaire takes advantage of this program, that's one way too many, sir. Let me ask you, would you support a billionaire taking advantage of this program? Elon Musk, he wants to come take advantage of this program. Do you support that?
I think you've yielded to my question, so you don't know the answer to the first one. My second question is, how many children
I can tell you
do
this.
the billionaires
Let me answer your
of
first
Texas
question.
have?
Let me tell you this. There's more than one in Texas. I know that. So that's the answer to your question. And if that more than one takes advantage of this program, I think that's one too many, sir. And I hope you would agree with me that if one billionaire, which I think you understand there's at least one billionaire in the state of Texas, if they take advantage of this program, don't you think that's one too many?
My question is, how many billionaires have children age K through 12 in Texas?
Sir, I mean, I know Elon has double digits, but I don't usually go around paying attention to the personal lives of anyone, especially the amount of kids that billionaires in the state of Texas have.
Right.
If you'd like to share some information in the form of a question, I'd be happy to respond to it.
Okay. So the question is, how many kids age K through 12 are children of Texas billionaires?
I think it would be a little weird if I knew the answer to that question, sir.
In regard, can you tell us how many millionaires there are in the state of Texas?
A lot. A ton.
Can you tell me how many children the millionaires of Texas have that are aged K through 12?
Thousands, I would guess.
You cannot give me a number?
I know, let me ask you, sir. Do you think
My question
millionaires should take advantage of this voucher program? Do you
Can you
believe that should
provide
happen?
the number?
Can I provide what number? How many millions are? There's a lot. My answer to that is a lot.
Yeah, the number of children that are aged
A lot
K
of millionaires
through 12
have children.
that are K through 12.
Let's say there's
in the
more than
state of
1,000,
Texas.
sir. Do you think they should be able to take advantage of this? Let's say there's more than 1,000. I think that, would you agree that's a safe guess? Do you think they should be able to take advantage of this?
I think that you're very concerned with the billionaires.
I'm actually
children.
concerned, sir.
Let me
if you-
finish my question,
If you would read,
sir.
well, I'm responding to you.
Members, please do
I'm
not.
responding to you because you said I'm concerned.
Please do not talk over each other.
So let me respond to your question about what am I concerned about. I am concerned with people that make, as the amendment says, over 500% of the federal poverty level taking advantage of this voucher program. I want to make sure the people making below 500% of the federal poverty level have more access to this instead of taking that access away.
I take it from your failure to answer the question. You don't know how many billionaires there are. You don't know how many kids they have. You don't know how many kids are in grades K through 12. Would that be fair to say?
I'm not sure your questions are relevant to this amendment or understanding the point of the rich elite having a handout from the state government to send their kids to a private school.
I want to thank the member for not answering my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome, Representative.
Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Absolutely.
All right, so you just said that the purpose of this amendment...
The gentleman is almost out of time. Gentleman yields.
All right.
Yes.
You just said you would like to have more poor kids to have access to this program, and that is the purpose of your amendment. Is that correct?
What the purpose of my amendment is to ensure that people that make 500% of the federal poverty level do not get to take advantage of an already bad bill. So I'm trying to say that with a bad bill in front of us, let's make it a little less bad by making sure that, as the governor said, that there are people living paycheck to paycheck. Let's make sure that this actually goes to serve them. And so if you have an amendment that's going to deal with something else, I'll take that up on its merits. But what this amendment does is it says that the rich elite should not get to take advantage of this, but instead it should go to people that don't already have access to this, as the governor has asked for the intent of this bill to be.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Buckley. So, Chairman, are you aware that Arizona legislation providing a voucher program used a similar priority system to what's proposed in your underlying bill?
Yeah, I'm aware of a program. I don't know the details of their program, though.
Well, I'll posit to you, it used a very similar priority system, the same priority system Representative Busey's trying to address with his amendment. Are you aware that there have been some deep dive studies by the Brookings Institution and others into the income levels that ended up using vouchers under Arizona's priority system?
I'm sure there are. Most states do have collect that data, so they know who's in the program.
Yeah, so some of the in-depth breakdown found that 52% of Arizona voucher recipients are from zip codes in the top quarter of household incomes. Were you aware of that?
I was not. I don't know what that means in Arizona, what that number is, how much, I don't know that income level.
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I would presume that's probably over 500% of the poverty level if you're in the top 25%. Were you aware that over 75% of vouchers go to families in zip codes with median incomes above Arizona's average?
I'm not advised to their particular prioritization.
Okay. Are you aware that only 5% of voucher recipients in Arizona came from zip codes in the lowest quartile, the lowest 25% of median incomes?
No, Representative Weiner, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. And so I'll posit this too, though I'm anticipating your answer. Are you aware that that means that in the wealthiest zip codes in Arizona, students were 10 times more likely to use their voucher program using the same system of prioritization you've proposed here? Yeah. Wealthy zip codes 10 times as likely to use that voucher program as those in low-income zip codes.
But I'm not aware of that, but I'm aware that this bill caps the highest earners at 20%. Leaving the other 80% for middle-class families to access this program.
Representative Buckley, given those concerns and how we've seen this work out in other states, why not follow Representative Busey's amendment, accept it onto the bill to ensure that these voucher programs are just for people under 500% of the poverty line?
Because I don't pretend to be able to see in the hearts and minds and lives of Texans, and I believe that all Texans should have access. All parents should have that choice, and the bill is prioritized in a way that matches the families that we believe lack that access to educational choice at this time.
So You mentioned that it's capped at 20% in the underlying bill. 20% is still $200 million in this first year of the program. $200 million. Should we really be spending $200 million of Texas taxpayer money to subsidize people who are, quite frankly, well off and can afford private schools if that's what they choose?
The bill is prioritized, though, and it begins with a middle class prioritization that understands that families have different incomes and different needs. But through 80% of the program, there'll be no one in the program earning more than $160,000 a year. No family earning more than that.
I'm sorry, you said no one in the program or just 20% max?
In the first 80%.
In the first 80%.
Yeah.
Okay, so we still have 20% that can be earning any amount of money, correct?
Yeah, they're capped at 20%, the earners of 160 and above.
So up to $200 million of Texas taxpayer money could go to billionaire children and millionaire children potentially.
Or it could go to a civil service and a fireman that were earning $161,000 a year. I mean, we tend to take the argument to the extremes, and billionaire talk, it is the extreme, but there's a whole lot of ground in between the top earners, and even at that, it's capped at 20%.
Yeah. I mean, Representative Buckley, I think the concern is we have an option here to put a hard cap. And, I mean, would you, if you don't think 500% of the poverty level that Representative Busey has proposed is the right number, is there a cap you can determine that we can stick on this bill to make sure we're not using taxpayer dollars to subsidize people who are going to send their kids to private school anyways?
I believe that the prioritization system in this bill prioritizes the right families, and the cap in the fourth priority is the right policy decision.
So we just discussed how the prioritization system in Arizona has, quite frankly, not worked and has sent their funds to the highest earners. Is there a state where a similar prioritization system has worked in delivering these dollars to low-income and middle-class families?
Absolutely. If you look across the country, you'll see that that most ESA recipients are certainly not wealthy people. You know, we tend to make a discernment whether or not they're currently in private school. Where I'm from, the families I know in private school are not wealthy.
Well, where you're from, I presume none of these students are receiving vouchers because we haven't passed it yet. So I'm curious which state...
But families are making that sacrifice.
Which state has used this prioritization system and kept those dollars mostly with middle income and lower income families?
I'm not advised on that, but I'm advised that this bill will.
So we have an example of failure, but we don't have an example of success. Is that correct?
I don't know how you define failure.
I mean, I would posit that...
If you define failure by the income of a family that's participating in the ability to send their child to the school of their choice that's never had that opportunity before, or a struggling family that's currently in a private school, kids with special needs in Killeen, Texas, that are working 2 or 3 jobs to do it, that's an absolute fact. If you define that as failure, then we'll take that failure.
Well, Representative Buckley, could we limit it to those types of families then?
Absolutely not, because I don't presuppose to know what income level there is and the circumstances of families. And so this bill is prioritized in a way that will certainly match the needs of those vulnerable Texans and finally give parents an option.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions, Representative Buckley. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Ms. Troxler, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
I would love to know, there's been some discussion up here, $160,000 for a family of 4, and then that all of a sudden makes a big jump to millionaires and billionaires, right? Do you know what the total combined income needed to live a secure lifestyle is in Austin, Texas for a family of 4?
No, Representative Troxclair, I do not know that number.
Would you be surprised to know that according to Smart Asset Report, in 2024, the average combined income for a family of four to live a secure lifestyle in the city of Austin is $223,000? That's because you have $111,000 going to living expenses, $67,000 going to other expenses, and $44,000 going into savings or paying down debt in order to make ends meet. So that's quite a bit higher than $160,000. Am I right?
Yes, Representative. I believe it speaks to the fact that this bill is prioritized just right to meet the needs of Texas families across this state.
And I think would you also be surprised to know that other cities across Texas, like the city of El Paso, the city of Lubbock, the city of Laredo, the city of Corpus Christi, the city of San Antonio, the cities of, Fort Worth, Arlington, and the cities of Dallas, Plano, Irving, and Garland, just to name a few, are all over $5,000 for a family of four to live comfortably. Would that surprise you to know that?
That's why this bill is prioritized the way it is. It understands what it takes to have a middle-class lifestyle in Texas.
And I know that in your bill, as we've talked about repeatedly.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Speaker, members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish this wasn't a move to table. I wish we were taking an up and down vote. To answer a few questions, when I said I have a wealthy friend, I meant most of my colleagues here on the House floor. When I was asked about millionaires, I think there's 650,000 millionaires in Texas. They don't all need to have a kid to fill up that 20% bucket pretty quick and make sure that that's not at this time, and make sure that that money is not getting to go to other needy individuals in this state. There's also, I believe, 87 billionaires. I don't know if y'all think that 1, 2, 10, 20, how many billionaires deserve this privatization voucher? I think one is too many, Mr. Hayes. I think 1 millionaire is too many. But let's get back to this amendment. It is 500% of the federal poverty level, $160,000 for a household of four. That goes a long way when you talk to your constituents back home. Maybe not when we talk to each other on this House floor, but when we talk to our constituents back home, a family making $160,000 in the great state of Texas, they're doing pretty well. And we're saying up to that level, fine. Beyond that level, not acceptable with this bill. That bill would not meet the standards of the governor who said this is to help people living paycheck to paycheck. That would not meet the standards of expanding access, as our friend Chairman Frank talked about. Well, rich people already have this when he was talking to our friend Chris Turner. It would not meet that threshold that was said on social media earlier when we said we're freeing the individuals to go. Because if we let it go to those people, we're not freeing anyone. They already have that choice. So let's deal with the need with this bill. And yes, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, and thank you for the shout out earlier.
I thought it was a good post.
I'm wondering.
Ms. Hicklin, for what purpose?
Excuse me, thank you. Do you yield for questions?
Yes,
gentleman
ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Are you interested in calling for income caps for these millionaires and billionaires who have their children in public schools?
I would like to talk about the amendment that's before us. And the amendment that is before us is saying that we should cap to anyone making over 500% of the federal poverty level.
Should we pay
a
for
family of
millionaires
four,
and
that is
billionaires in public schools?
160,000. Public schools are in our Constitution to be provided to build this entire great state up, to make sure there's an educational foundation for all. We all pay for that. What you're asking for us to do today is to create a second system that we also have to pay for. And I do not believe that millionaires and billionaires' kids should get to take advantage of that second system. The first system, yes, I do, because
It
we
would cost
all
more
benefit.
to educate
we
millionaires
all-
and billionaires
sorry,
in our public
Representative, I would like to
schools
finish
than
answering your
ESAs.
question.
Thank you.
Members,
First, I would like to
please.
finish answering your question. We all benefit. We all benefit. All of Texas benefits when all of our children, from lower income, middle class, and upper class, when all of our children get a world-class public education. What I am saying is let's not give money to the rich elite to go get this second track that they can already afford. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask everyone to vote no on tabling this amendment.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting no. Show Mr. Tallarico voting no. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Jones voting nay. Show Mr. Lowe voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment would make the children of members of the Texas House and Senate ineligible for this voucher program created by this bill. As we all already know, this bill fails the majority of Texans that it purports to serve. It comes with no income cap, as we have just seen. It would defund neighborhood schools that serves the vast majority of Texas kids and would enrich the wealthy at the expense of the poor. This amendment addresses one of the many ethical failings of this bill. One of those of us on this floor voting on this voucher scheme, which should not personally benefit from the programs that we create through legislation. When we vote to distribute tax dollars to private entities, the last pockets that should be benefited are our own. And members, we have a responsibility to maintain the public's trust. If we, as elected officials, are voting to create or fund the program that distributes public dollars, we should not even allow the appearance that we are doing so to benefit our own families. If we believe this program is truly about helping those in real need, students with disabilities, low-income families, then it should target them accordingly. This very small carve-out ensures the integrity of the program and avoids any perception of self-dealing. This amendment doesn't change the program structure or purpose. It simply ensures that those of us voting today cannot redirect taxpayer money into our own pockets. My Republican colleagues talk about personal responsibility. Here is your chance to demonstrate it. Vote for this amendment. This is the same provision that was on this bill last session. And this was on the bill that we voted on last session. What has changed? Members, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment, and I would yield for questions.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Chairman Buckley's up. Is that accurate? You just called him to the mic? You just recognized Chairman Buckley, so he has the mic.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
yes.
Gentleman yields.
Again, I know we've got into a cadence of just opposing amendments, but I think it's important for us to create guidelines, guardrails on some of these things, and this is definitely an entitlement. And if we're going to vote on this, don't you think we should say members of the legislature cannot get this entitlement?
Well, I think if you think about the members of this body, most are citizen legislators. They're moms and dads first, before they are members of this body. And we all come from different backgrounds and have different desires of what we would participate in. And I think that we also don't contemplate who might have a child in a program then become elected, and at that point would have to give up a child that's in the best setting for them. And so that's my position on this.
But you can't contemplate that it's also a conflict of interest for those of us to vote for an amendment or vote for a bill in which we could then personally benefit from?
Well, we vote as citizens. We vote for public school funding that my children benefited from very mightily. We vote to improve our roads that we all participate in and we all use. We vote for different programs, economic development programs that bring better jobs to Texas. That's what a citizen legislator is all about.
But isn't that like a social good, whereas this is an individual check basically to you and your family to do what you and your family want to do, as opposed to there's a constitutional requirement to do public education?
No. A better educated populace, children receiving the education that they need, is a social good.
Well,
and it is impossible to predict the backgrounds and the history of those men and women that will come in, that will serve in these seats in this chamber one day, and so therefore I will oppose.
I think it's highly problematic for us to not put some guardrails on saying that those of us who are going to vote for this could benefit from it. So I urge you to reconsider. Thank you, Chairman Buckley.
Thank you. Thank you. I respectfully move to table.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has moved to table the amendment. Mr. Wu sends up an amendment.
Can I close?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Wu, it's my recollection that this language was in Chairman Buckley's original voucher bill from 2023. Is that your recollection?
Absolutely. This was one of the safeguards that Governor Abbott had requested last time, and somehow it's missing this time. I wonder why.
So Chairman Buckley thought it was a good idea to exempt legislators from this program in 2023. Now he thinks it's a bad idea. Is that right?
Exactly. And this is something that directly puts money in our pockets. And earlier he talked about public schools, roads. Those are benefits that benefit everyone. Every single person has access to it. Not everyone has access to the money that you put into private school. Those private schools are not for everyone. They don't have space for everyone. They don't have to take everyone. Not everyone that applies will even get in. So those are public goods versus this bill creates a private good using public dollars.
So it'd be the equivalent of taking out of the parks budget so that members on this floor could redo their backyard.
Yeah, and we're talking about $1 billion just the first year. And we're talking about $7 billion in the next cycles, and $7 billion after that, and $7 billion after that, and it will keep growing and growing and growing.
So if there are members on this floor who have their kids in elite private schools, whether it's St. John's in Houston, St. Mark's in DFW, St. Stephen's here in Austin, now they will get taxpayer funds to be able to discount their tuition at those private schools. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And you know what? My first session, we passed a bill dealing with concealed carry, and members specifically made sure to cut us to cut the elected officials who passed the law out of the benefits of that law, saying we don't want to be seen as directly putting something in our own pockets while passing a law. That was the ethics when I came into this body. And apparently that was the ethics of this body just 2 years ago, but apparently a lot has changed.
And is it fair to say that Texans, even on both sides of this issue, are concerned with the corruption that has surrounded this issue from the beginning?
Absolutely. Time and time again, people complain that elected officials have all these side benefits, all these side hustles, all these little extra perks that no one else gets. We get to cut lines and do all these things. This program is another one of those things. Texans, if you're watching this and you're saying, I'm getting the short end of the stick, this is why. Because time and time again, we take care of our friends, we take care of ourselves, but the people of the state, well, they're on their own.
And so if this was in the original voucher bill from 2023, but now it's been taken out, you've offered it, I think, as a common sense amendment. Do we have any inkling on why this is now unacceptable to the same author?
I have no idea. The ethics of this has not changed in 2 years. The right or wrong of this body passing a bill that is not only controversial, but directly takes our public dollars, the money that you got from your neighbors, from your friends, from the rest of your family, the hard-earned money that they put into the state, you're going to vote to put it in your own pockets.
Thank you, Representative Wu. I agree. This smells pretty rotten.
Thank you very much. Members, one of the things that this body is...
Mr. Money for what purpose?
Not at this time.
I will wait until he yields for questions. Thank you.
Gentleman does not yield.
Members, part of the rules of ethics of this House that not many people follow is that we are supposed to not vote on legislation that directly benefits us. Whenever there is a bill that deals with guardian ad litems, because I am a guardian ad litem, I don't vote on that. I white light that, and I put a note in the journal that says, this is a conflict of interest for me. This bill would directly and could directly benefit me. I will not vote on this. And what we are asking members to do is to do that same ethical guideline, to follow that, saying, if this directly benefits us, if this puts taxpayer money in our pockets, then we should cut ourselves out just like we did 2 years ago.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Money for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Wu, is it your position that no state program that where money goes to an individual or for the purpose of an individual, that the people of this body should not be eligible to that?
Yes, if this body is handing out taxpayer money, if this body is doing a government giveaway, yes, we should not participate in that.
So,
because we are the ones voting for it, we should not be voting for something that can directly benefit us and will directly benefit us.
So, Mr. Wu, if this body passes a homestead exemption increase, that's something you have to apply for at your local appraisal district. Are you committing to us, or are you saying that no one in this body should be able to receive that homestead exemption?
Is that homestead exemption available for everyone?
Yes, just as this universal ESA is available to everyone.
If you get an ESF, can I take some of it? If you get some of the money for your kids, can I have some of it?
You may use some of, I'm asking the questions, I believe, but I believe you are allowed to use some of the money, if you would like, where you send your kid to private school. And you can send your kid to private school, but also members of this body, not just today that are voting on this, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, that may not have enough money to send kids to private school the way you do, Mr. Wu, might be in a position that they would like to send their kids to private school. And if they chose to do so, they should be allowed to do so. Don't you agree?
Well, if they don't have enough money, then you guys should probably have voted on that last amendment to knock it down or to accept it, because that would have put more money into lower income families. right? And you don't, this is not what this is about. This is a trough. This is a trough for the rich to feed from. This is a bill that would allow $200 million to be taken by people who are millionaires and billionaires. When we say that this bill is about helping the needy, helping the poor, helping people who are living paycheck to paycheck, this is not what this bill does. This bill is a trough, a feeding trough for the rich. Because I promise you...
I don't believe he's answering my question, Mr. Speaker.
I promise you, what next session, what this body will do, because the people of this state did not get a chance to vote on this bill...
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
The gentleman has yielded for questions, and I don't know the proper procedure here, but he's doing speechifying and not answering my questions.
I'm good at speechifying.
You're great at it.
And I will continue.
Mr. Wu, if you would please respond to the gentleman's questions.
I am responding to his questions. What I had said before was this bill, while it purports to be a benefit for the poor, does nothing but take from the poor and give to the rich.
I'm
not done with my answer.
He got one.
Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley has moved to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting no, Mr. McQueenie voting aye, Ms. Hinojosa voting no, Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Landgraf voting aye. There being 85 ayes and 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. Members, we are going to stand at ease until 9 p.m. Mr. Wu for an announcement.
Members, Democrats, HDC members, please go to the conference room, the press room now.
The House will come to order. Morales Shaw. Yep. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Committee Sub Senate Bill 2 under under Rule 4, Section 41, and Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the provision of the committee substitute is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gomez.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will ensure that the bill serves the community that it was created to serve. The basis for these vouchers are the recommendations for the Texas Commission on Special Education Funding, who saw this as an opportunity to meet the unique educational needs of students with disabilities. While private institutions are able to maintain their right to teach what they want to teach, if they are going to receive taxpayer funding, our dollars, they do not get to decide who they teach. Failing to comply with legal protections for students with disabilities would allow them to do just that. Members, we've spoken an awful lot tonight about the community that we intend to serve. There's been an awful lot of discussion about how this bill serves as an opportunity to prioritize some of our most vulnerable members of the community. And if that is the case, that we do intend to serve children with disabilities, we must make sure that there is every single protection available to them by law. Like my father always told me, no me vengas con palabras, which means don't just come to me with your words. Show me that you mean it. This amendment will show Texans that we are truly here to be a voice for the voiceless, to give power to those who do not, and in this case, to protect our most vulnerable children who depend on us and the laws that we pass here in this building. This amendment would ensure that we protect those children by requiring these private institutions to do what our public institutions already do for them, and that is protect them through 504 programs and the Americans with Disabilities Act. It is what's fair, it is what's right, and it is what is necessary to maintain the safety of our children. It is what they deserve. I would ask you to please support this amendment and support our most vulnerable families here in Texas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Senate Bill 2 provides notice to parents when they leave a public school and enter a private school. And in the end, the private school has that relationship with the parents, and therefore parents know what they're entitled to in their private school in terms of services. So therefore, I respectfully move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Members, on a multitude of occasions, I have had families come to me personally in my office and tell me, Aaron, my child was discriminated against based on X, Y, or Z scenario. My child with disabilities, my child with autism was removed from the program. My child with a visual disability was removed from the program. And I have to ask them, I have to let them know, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do for you as a result of them being kicked out of this private institution. I hope you can afford an attorney, because the law does not provide one for you in these situations. We can prevent that from happening here tonight by simply providing them with the legal resource that they are constitutionally entitled to in the United States of America. Our families with children with disabilities and special needs deserve that, and we must. It is our ethical, it is our moral obligation to protect them. So I'm asking you, please, vote for this amendment and do what we're promising to do in words. Let's protect these families and these children with the law that they deserve. Thank you.
Mrs. Gomez sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye. Mr. Morgan voting aye. Ms. Hinojosa voting nay. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, right now there are students in private schools, and they receive scholarships or they get grant money to attend. And this is for individuals typically who are low income, and so they can attend private school right now. For example, I have a family in my district who attends Temple Christian School, and I met with the mother. She said that her tuition is $500 a year because scholarships cover most of the cost. So what this amendment does, it says that the state taxpayer dollars would be the payer of last resort. So that means that the student, family, the school must exhaust all scholarship, financial aid, financial assistance money, including grants, before they would be able to accept the state money. That's it. Continue the same process that you have in place right now. So if those students are already getting a scholarship, then this would say you continue to do that process, but the state money doesn't kick in until you exhaust all scholarship money. That way, this $1 billion can go further. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and though I understand, I think I understand the intent of what the author of the amendment is trying to do. The education savings accounts are funded individually to each student, and therefore this is not necessary for the program to operate, and therefore I respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand what you're saying here from the bill authors, that it's not necessary because each account is funded, but let's not put any money that's not necessary into those accounts. Let's put only what is needed, and if that family only needs $500, then that's all you put in there. Let's not overfund these accounts. Let's not have excess in these accounts. Let's only use what is necessary. That way, it could be spread out, and that money can go further, and it could be used by more people and more students, and you can meet the needs, is what you're trying to do here, of more students if we only use what is absolutely necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Ms. Collier sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting nay. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Ms. Jones voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 59 nays, the motion on the table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain her amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill is an awful bill and I hate it. But I have to admit, this bill is an opportunity for us to finally do something good for our students in public schools. Because second only to this bill, I hate the STAR test. Just like every other Texas mama, I hate the STAR test. This bill requires testing, but it allows private schools to choose which testing. Our kids in public school don't get to choose, but I guarantee you, if we had an amendment, and that's what this amendment does, in this bill that said, whatever test the students in public school take, the students in private school have to take, I guarantee you, our kids in public schools would never again have to take the STAR test, because the powers that be that are bringing you this bill would never require that of their students in private school. There's lots of good reasons to require the same test for our students in private schools as we're requiring for our students in public schools. Let's just start with what's fair. My kids have had to take the STAR test every year in the name of accountability because they get educated with taxpayer dollars. How is it fair if now we're going to give those taxpayer dollars to families to put their kids in private schools, or mostly families who already have their kids in private school, and not require the same exact test? It's not fair. What the STAR does to our kids in public school is awful. We've tolerated it for too long. My son tried to run away from school in 2nd grade because they were already doing practice STAR tests for 3rd grade. He asked to go to the bathroom, and then he bolted for the door. He got intercepted by the assistant principal. They called me to come get him, and he said, "Mommy, I was going to wait for you in the bushes every day, so you would pick me up and you wouldn't know." That's what we're doing to our kids. This is an opportunity to do something good for our ISD kids. And so, members, I am asking you to please use this one opportunity to, in this bill where we're giving money to families who already have their kids in private school, let's do something really great for our kids in public school. And so with that,
Mr. Speaker,
I move adoption.
Mr. Tinderhill, for what purpose?
will the representative yield for a
I
question?
do.
The gentlelady yield for questions. She
So I have one
yields.
question. You hate the bill, you don't like it. If this amendment gets on, are you voting for this bill you hate?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Dr. Buckley, I want to ask about the testing. Are you going to move to table this, or are you going to allow us to have an up or down vote on this?
I'm going to move to table.
Okay, can you tell us why you would move to table?
Well, because I think it's been established by the author of the amendment just how reviled the STAR test is. And we will hopefully be meeting on this same floor at another time later this session to make sure that we get rid of the STAR test. But on policy matters, it is certainly not appropriate to require children that are not taught under state scope and sequence, that are not taught necessarily in the same order, to take a test that's designed for one system and not the other. But what the bill provides for is to make sure that we have accountability, but in a manner where we can truly measure the progress of kids.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Buckley, do you
Ms.
know
Leah
any?
Wilson, for what purpose?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a question.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'll yield for a question.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Chairman Buckley, at private schools, do they all use the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills as their curriculum?
No.
Do you feel that it would be important to have an assessment test that's meaningful, that would evaluate students on the curriculum that they use at that particular school, whether it be public school kids or private schools?
That is the only way to get a meaningful assessment, is to assess kids over the curriculum that they're taught.
And if you're like my district, do you hear a lot of complaints from teachers on meaningless and endless testing that doesn't really yield results? You want to know where your kids are at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the final, and testing all year. And if testing particularly would be harmful, I would think, for both retaining teachers and for the students when you're testing on a test that's not even aligned with the curriculum and you're doing it constantly.
Yeah. All I can say is the STAR test is only slightly more popular than the shingles. And so it's certainly not something that we would require a student that was in a setting where the curriculum was not aligned to have to take. And the norm reference test certainly provides that accountability.
And in that norm reference test, the private schools do have some latitude in choosing which norm reference test best aligns with their curriculum so that they can get meaningful data of where their students are progressing, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Mr.
I respect.
Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Buckley, have you not heard repeated concerns with the STAR test that 5.5 million students in our public schools have to take?
I sure have.
And so, shouldn't we do what we can first and foremost for our 5.5 million kids in public schools, which are the only schools that will be an option for the vast majority of kids, whether or not this bill passes?
We will have legislation on this floor, I suspect, to take care of that very problem.
But do you guarantee that this session we will pass legislation to do away with the STAR and move to nationally norm reference tests? Do you guarantee that?
I think that's highly likely.
But do you guarantee it?
Ms. Hinojosa, I've learned in this body guaranteeing something is
So no.
I don't want to guarantee it, but I think you're like my bill.
Okay, but you do not guarantee it.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll like your bill, but I know something else. I know that there's somebody very involved in the making of that bill, and that's one Commissioner Mike Morath, and I know that he likes the STAR test. And so that is my concern and why I would like to take this moment, this opportunity to make sure we do right by our ISD students who should not have to take the STAR test anymore.
And we will do that.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Yes. Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes,
Yes,
thank
I yield
you.
for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chair, did I just hear you say that kids in public school should take the STAR test? Kids in private school, even though they get the same money as public schools, should not have to take the STAR test, and that the kids in public schools should have to take the STAR test, which is, I think you said that it was slightly less popular than shingles. Did I hear you say that?
That's what I said, yes.
So can you help me understand why you believe kids in public school should have to take a test that's slightly less popular than shingles? And so I actually don't think that's funny, although I think you said it as a joke, because my grandmother had shingles, and it was terrible. It was terrible. She was in pain when she sat down on areas that had shingles, and so and it is absolutely relevant because you brought it up. So help me understand why we have a tale of two school systems when we literally have these two separate school systems getting the same $10,000. I don't understand that. This is not a joke. It is serious.
The bill provides that a child that takes an ESA will take the norm referenced assessment that's administered at that private school. And we will have legislation before this body to deal with the STAR test. And so hopefully we can get our kids. But really the reason behind the language in SB2 is because of the fact that you should not assess a child using an instrument that's not designed around the curriculum that they're being taught. It's inherently unfair, and what we can do is we can make sure that we have meaningful assessments for kids in private schools that accept the ESA, but we can also reform and do away with the STAR test and have a much more impactful assessment system for public schools.
So I just heard you say you're going to do away with the STAR test, or I didn't hear you say that?
That is correct.
Because I just think that no kid should have to take something that is close to shingles.
Yeah.
And I just find it curious that the kids that have to take this STAR test are the kids who are least able to protect themselves.
All right.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield
Will
for
the
some
gentleman yield
questions?
for questions?
I will yield for
The
questions.
gentleman yields.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. Representative Buckley, we came into this body together, did we not?
Yes, we did.
As far as I recall, every session we have been in this body together, this chamber has taken a swing at rolling back the number of STAR tests or trying to reform the system in some way. Is that consistent with your memory?
That is consistent with my memory as well.
Where do those efforts run into trouble?
To the east.
To the east. I'll be a little more specific and say to the chamber with green carpet.
That would be correct.
Chairman Buckley, do you not think we would have more leverage for these important STAR reform efforts that you have been a part of to get over the finish line if we aligned the testing standards for our private schools with the standards for public schools?
No, because I wouldn't provide for a student to take a test that I was intending to repeal. And again, Representative Zwiener, what is most important for kids and their achievement is that they're assessed over in a manner that's consistent with the curriculum that they're being taught. And that is the point of what we do in SB2. Notwithstanding STAR test, repeal or kill the STAR, or whatever you want to call it, that is necessary as well, that we move into the next generation of assessments, that it is not one test one day, that takes the high stakes nature out of that test, where it's easier on students and teachers and families, and it's also something more instructionally relevant and actionable by our classroom teachers, and that's what we will do in this body, I can assure you, before the end of this session.
So Representative Buckley, you know I'm aligned with you on that. The question I have again is, Representative Hinojosa's amendment merely aligns the two testing systems. We can still go amend and fix our public school testing system and make it work for everybody, both public and private. Why should we not use this opportunity to leverage that chamber to the east to work with us on STAR?
Because I believe the details of good policy matter. And at this point, with what has passed this body, and with the bill before us today, it is important to understand the impact.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I respectfully move to table this amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to close on the amendment.
Let me begin by saying it is not respectful to move to table for every single amendment that we're hearing that affects 5.5 million students in our public schools. We should be able to vote up or down on every one of these amendments that impact so many of our Texas students. All this amendment does is align the interest with the powers that be with the interests of Texas mamas. That's it. In that way, everybody wins. Let me tell you the problem that we have encountered every session that I've been here with this STAR test, and it's this. Everybody wants to move to what's known as a nationally norm reference test. What does that mean? That means that we get compared to other states so that we know how our Texas students are doing in comparison with other states. And Mike Morath can't put his fingers in it because it's nationally norm referenced. That is the problem that we keep encountering in Texas. There is no faith in the STAR test. Mike Morath gets to mess with it. He gets to say what it's about with his vendors. He works with them to create the product that nobody trusts. This is an opportunity, members, to finally do what's right for Texas school students and stop traumatizing them with an inappropriate test that they should not be taking. And I am urging you to do one thing good for our ISD students in this bill, and that is align the interests of the big dogs that brought us this bill and are forcing us to vote on it with Texas mamas who have been fighting this test for years. And with that, I move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting nay. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting nay. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 62 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, transparency is accountability, especially if taxpayer dollars are going to private and religious schools. The public deserves to know who is benefiting. This amendment ensures private schools accepting voucher money, public money, report and post-enrollment data disaggregated by income level. This will expose income disparities. Without this data, there's no way to tell if low-income students who are supposed to be helped are being left behind. We need to know if this is just another elite subsidy disguised as help for poor families. Public funds deserve public oversight. Public schools already report this data. Private schools, if they want this public money, should have to play by the same rules. This is about equity, not special treatment. This protects vulnerable students. This amendment is the only safeguard we have to ensure that public funds aren't being funneled into exclusive institutions that reject students with disabilities, learning differences, or from working class families. And it's better to be data-driven. It's better because you can't fix what you can't measure. This amendment gives future lawmakers the ability to assess the real impact of SB2, not the rhetoric, but the reality. This prevents publicly funded segregation. If we fail to track who these voucher dollars serve, we risk subsidizing systems that further income-based segregation. Texas taxpayers should never foot the bill for inequality or inequity. This requirement is small, just a simple report and a website post, but the impact is huge. Texans deserve transparency when it comes to where their money goes. It demands it live up to its own promises. Anyone serious about helping kids should vote for this. And let me say this clearly before another motion to table is made. It's offensive that every time we bring amendments, real solutions to major problems in this bill, the author moves to table them without real debate. It silences our speech. It blocks us from voting on the merits of amendments designed to alleviate harm. We were elected to represent Texans. Our voices matter. Our votes matter. Our constituents matter. This bill is already deeply flawed, and your refusal to let us improve it is a disservice to everyone, especially the low-income students this bill purports to help. This is being rammed through on party lines almost every vote. It's profoundly disappointing to see this process so deeply partisan. Texans deserve better. All Texans, not just the wealthy, not just the well-connected, but all of us. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Ms. Jones?
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady
Ms.
yields.
Jones, you're discussing wanting to improve this bill. If this amendment goes on, will you be voting for this bill?
No, you literally haven't accepted any of our amendments, so why would I?
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm being as gracious to you as you are to us.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. The bill as filed has rigorous reporting requirements. that
Ms. Weiner,
provides-
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Buckley, earlier tonight on a different amendment, I asked you some questions about the way Arizona's voucher program has ended up disproportionately going to wealthier families, and that lower income children have been left behind, and why I have concerns about this. As I read Representative Jones' amendment, it makes sure that if those fears come to pass, we would have that data. What is the problem with us getting that data so that we know if these vouchers are actually reaching the families you say they intend to reach?
The bill currently provides that information that an ESA parent provides in application is reported by the comptroller, and it is only for the children that are in the ESA program. One thing to be very clear, this amendment appears to require that a private school report all of their information on all students there, of which not all students would be ESA students. And so The provisions in Senate Bill 2 have rigorous reporting and transparency standards where this information can be gathered so that policymakers can understand who's participating.
Does the underlying bill require that that information be posted online where every single Texan can find that information?
Yes, the annual report is posted online.
Okay. I would encourage you to look more deeply at Representative Jones' amendment and try to support this increased transparency for every single Texan. Thank you.
All right. I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones to close on the amendment.
Colleagues, all this amendment does is require transparency from private schools that are accepting public money. That's it. If they want taxpayer dollars, they should be accountable to taxpayers. It's unfair and frankly offensive that an amendment calling for something as basic as income level reporting gets shut down without a vote on the merits. Every time, and I'm going to say this again, we bring reasonable, thoughtful amendments to improve this bill, they're met with a motion to table. That's not democracy, that's obstruction. This is public money. The public deserves to know who it's going to. If you vote to table this amendment, you're voting to hide the truth from Texans. This amendment is about equity, transparency, and accountability. Vote no on the motion to table. Vote yes for the people. Thank you.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting nay. Show Ms. Plesa voting nay. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 86 ayes, 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plesa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plesa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This might not be the most fiscally conservative amendment of the night, but it is the one that's going to keep our students the safest. If the state is funding it, the state is responsible for it. When taxpayer dollars go to private schools through ESAs or vouchers, the same safety standards must apply across the board. We cannot make exceptions when children's lives are at stake. Members, just yesterday and today, we saw school violence in our schools occur. This very chamber, we had a moment of silence acknowledging the terror our Texas children experience. Yet without this amendment, we're failing those students. How many moments of silence are we going to have? All schools accepting public funds must meet the minimum safety standards. At the very least, we owe it to all our children to strengthen safety school standards. Every parent deserves peace of mind, and school choice should not also be a question of safety. Our public schools must submit emergency plans, conduct active shooter drills, and undergo TEA safety audits. Why would ESA or voucher-funded private schools be exempt? Public schools do more with less while complying with safety mandates. ESA schools shouldn't take funding without equal responsibility. Either we believe in protecting all students or we don't. Let's make school safety a baseline and not a bargaining chip. And with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Wu. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. The accreditation process for private schools already includes safety assessments and also the process in terms of the tuition that our private schools charge their students is a decision to be made by that private school. So I will respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plesa to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this isn't partisan. This isn't even really about ESAs or vouchers. It's about every child returning home safely. Public dollars demand public accountability, and that's what this amendment is about. It's about keeping our students safe. And with that, I ask you, please do not table this amendment. This is about the safety of every school child in the state of Texas. I'm asking you, members, stand with me on this amendment. Let's keep all students safe in the state of Texas. And with that, I move adoption of this amendment for a better Texas.
Ms. Plesa sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted? There being 86 ayes, 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment would address the problem of sexual abuse of a child. It would bar a private school from receiving funds under this ESA voucher program if a member of the governing body has been found civilly or criminally liable for concealing the sexual abuse of a child. In other words, you could not have a member of the governing body be someone who has been found civilly or criminally liable for concealing the sexual abuse of a child. The little background here, the public schools, unlike the public schools, the Texas private schools can hire individuals without background checks and can refuse to comply with public information requests. Private schools are not required to fire, nor are they required to refuse to hire individuals listed on the registry of persons ineligible for employment in public schools. This amendment would say that they cannot have anybody on their governing board that's been found civilly or criminally liable for concealing the sexual abuse of a child. It would also say that a private school wanting to participate in this program must disclose to the Texas Education Agency any and all records regarding the sexual abuse of a child which they possess. That is to say, disclose any sexual abuse of a minor that's been committed by a school employee or other on-campus adult before they submit an application to seek approval to participate. Let me say that I have in my hand here a long list of examples, both Catholic and Protestant, of abuse that's taken place, of people that work in the schools that ought not to be working in the schools. In other words, instances that we must prohibit and that should be prohibited by any institution that wants to accept public school ESA vouchers. I urge your support for this amendment.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Representative Bryan for offering this amendment and bringing to light how important this issue is. And one of the things we've been very clear as we've studied this issue is to look at the rigorous accreditation standards and oversight that private schools have for their employees and those what would be around children. But even further than that, in Senate Bill 2, we make certain that anyone that can receive dollars from an ESA, whether they be a therapist, whether they be a tutor, that they have the same level of background checks that we would have in our public school setting to make certain that our children are not exposed to predators and those that would hurt them. And so I respectfully move to table the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to close on the amendment.
Members, Texas private schools can hire individuals without background checks and can refuse to comply with public information requests regarding persons in their employ who have been sexual abusers. They are not required to fire or refuse to hire individuals listed on the registry of persons ineligible for employment in public schools. I mean, did that call from President Trump tell you you couldn't even vote to protect the children that go to these private schools from sexual predators? I wonder Are you unable to accept any amendment, no matter how meritorious, no matter how much the safety of the students in those schools demand it? Vote against this motion to table and show you've got some courage to stand up for these kids.
Mr. Bryant sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Reynolds voting nay. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Bryant voting nay. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all voted? There being 84 ayes, 62 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment adds a basic transparency requirement. It will require all pre-approved education providers receiving state funds through this program to report any complaints filed against them to the U.S. Department of Education Civil Rights Division and to the comptroller to post the information publicly on the program's website. This program transfers public funds to private actors, but private entities do not face the same obligations to serve students fairly, particularly students with disabilities, students of color, and LGBTQ plus youth. We already know, per section 29.367 of this bill, that private schools are not required to follow IDEA and other federal civil rights laws in the same way public schools do. This amendment simply adds a layer of transparency and accountability that aligns with the rest of the bill's oversight provisions, especially in sections 29.358 and 29.371, which already set up provider approval and annual reporting requirements. If we trust the system we're funding, then we should be willing to shine a light on how providers are treating Texas children, especially the most vulnerable around them. Members, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment to protect student rights, support transparency, and improve public confidence in this new program.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, question for the author.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Reynolds, I believe when you were laying this out, you discussed that if we truly trust the system, we will do this. Do you trust this bill?
Do I trust the bill?
Yeah, the system. You were saying if we truly trust the system.
I don't trust the fact that we need to commit to $1 billion to subsidize vouchers for families that can already afford to send their kids to private schools while we're underfunding our neighborhood public schools. So, no, I don't trust the fact that we're even debating this bill right now. But if we're going to have this bill, then we need to have transparency and accountability to make sure that when we're using public funds for private entities, that they have the same requirements when it comes to protecting students, particularly vulnerable students, from being subject to discrimination. They need to have these complaints go to the U.S. Department of Education Civil Rights Division and have the Texas Comptroller simply make this information available on their public website. That is what this amendment requires. It requires transparency and accountability.
Right. Mr. Reynolds, a common question we've been having today, if this amendment goes on, will you be voting for this bill?
Absolutely not.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Reynolds, even if this amendment got on, this bill is extremely problematic, right? That's why you said that you're not going to vote for it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because this body's rejected pretty much every single amendment that would have made this bill better, made this bill more acceptable. Are you right? Am I right?
Absolutely, unequivocally, Representative Chairman.
I mean, in fact, allowing the people of the state of Texas to have their say on this was rejected.
Absolutely.
And that would have been a great safeguard to have in place for this bill.
If we really trust Texans, then we should have allowed this bill to be voted on by Texans. That would have meant that Texans were in favor of it, and we could have ended this debate tonight.
And your amendment just deals with a very small part of it, right?
Absolutely. Transparency and accountability. How can you be against transparency, shining a light so that people can have more information? That seems undemocratic to me.
And one of the issues is that in public schools, because it's using public dollars, we work very hard to make sure that there is no discrimination. Is that fair?
That is absolutely correct.
And we work to make sure that there's no racial discrimination, there's no religious discrimination, there's no gender discrimination, and so on and so forth.
National origin, you're absolutely right. Correct, Representative Wu.
And our concern with this bill is that the private schools, the schools without publicly elected boards that can oversee things, that can deal with those kind of things, that's not present in private schools, is it?
That is correct. We shouldn't be having two different standards. One for public schools that protects and that is transparent when it comes to these reporting requirements, and private schools that don't have to follow these rules. Why are we not allowing those same students that you're talking about, those vulnerable students, to be protected? That is what this amendment does. It simply levels the playing field.
And the vast majority of the private schools in Texas are religious private schools, fair?
My understanding is about 75%, Representative Wu.
Absolutely. And not just Christian schools, but Jewish schools, Muslim schools, schools of all different faiths, correct?
That is correct.
And the concern is that because these are public dollars, that they're dollars that we all put into this government, that if those public dollars are taken from us, they should not be used for intentional discrimination. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And if they are, we need to have these reporting requirements so that there can be transparency and accountability to those bad actors, that they can be some justice for those students, that if they were discriminated against, they could be held accountable. That is why they should be reported to the Office of Civil Rights within the Department of Justice, within the Department of Education.
Right, and all this amendment would do is make sure that the reporting is done.
Absolutely.
That everyone who is in the system knows that if there is discrimination.
That is correct.
If there is something that's unfair because of race, religion, or anything else, that there is some place that they know that they can go to.
That is absolutely correct, Representative Wu.
And this just fixes a very small part of this bill. Is that fair?
A very minuscule piece of the bill. That is correct.
This is an important amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wu.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Reynolds, what was your point on idea? I apologize. I just picked that up as you started your conversation.
Would you repeat the question?
Idea. You had brought up
Yes.
idea.
I was saying that in the layout, I was saying that there are already certain requirements that public schools have to make, and I was just saying that with this private school voucher, that they should be held to the same reporting requirements as our public schools. That's all I was saying.
Can you explain to the body idea and the federal requirements of idea?
I can get the information to you in just a moment.
Sure. You know what? How about you and I can talk later, but let me ask you this. Is Texas in compliance with IDEA at the federal level? Are Texas public schools in compliance with IDEA for our special education students?
It's my understanding that they are not.
They are not.
Not all schools are not.
So how are our public schools in the state of Texas being held to compliance? They're not, are they?
Well, the fact that they have requirements.
But that they're not following it, right?
Well, some of them are. If they aren't, there are ramifications
How many
for them.
special education children parents have to sue their public
There
schools.
are a lot of them, but those requirements allow accountability and
There is
transparency.
no accountability, though,
No, there is
currently for these kids that are special education students.
Because those,
you have to have
those,
$70,000, $80,000 to bring a lawsuit
Gentleman's time
against an
has expired.
ISD.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Buckley, is it your intention that schools that receive these voucher programs be able to discriminate on the basis of race, nationality, or religion?
No, and this bill does not, impact anyone's ability to file a complaint with the Department of Education either.
Is it your understanding that your bill does allow schools to potentially discriminate, though?
No, this bill in private schools, we all must follow federal law.
So, Representative Buckley, I did just a little bit of Googling on this, and in just a couple minutes, I found at least 3 private schools in Texas that do have religious qualifications for admission and will not admit people who do not meet those. Now, those are schools that are not currently receiving federal dollars. They have some rights to those limitations under the First Amendment. I mean, are you concerned that without some of this transparency that Representative Reynolds is seeking in his amendment, that these schools may discriminate against students based on their faith or the faith of their parents?
What you describe is not discrimination, but the bill provides stringent reporting requirements, extreme transparency, and again, everyone involved that could be participating must follow federal law.
But Representative Buckley, there's nothing in your bill right now that says these schools cannot discriminate against students. Isn't that correct?
No, I mean that's an extremely broad statement, but they are subject to the same anti-discrimination laws that we have in this country.
Under federal law right now, and under our court precedent, generally the right of the school, the private school, to express their own religion means they can exclude students of other religious belief systems. Is that correct?
That is correct. And ultimately, when you think about the mechanics implementation of this bill, the parent makes the ultimate decision of whether or not to apply to that school. Make sure that the school is a good fit for their child or not. And there could be many different reasons they feel that environment is a good fit.
As we've discussed, Representative Buckley, the parents aren't the only ones who make a choice here. The school gets to make a choice as well, whether or not to admit the student, correct?
Private schools do have the ability to select their students based on their policies.
So does it concern you at all that a school with some of these specific faith requirements might potentially admit a student, maybe based on their parents' attested faith, have the student's faith differ, and then violate that student's civil rights based on their faith?
I believe in people being able to express their own religious beliefs, and then and to always follow federal law.
So, Representative Buckley, why, if the goal is for these for these schools to follow federal law, why not have some transparency if these civil rights complaints exist?
These schools currently follow federal law.
How do we know that?
Well, the same way that we know that everyone else follows federal law, and this bill does not limit anyone's ability to make a complaint to the Department of Education.
Have you reviewed all of the complaints the Department of Education Civil Rights Office has on private schools in Texas?
I have not.
Okay, so we cannot be sure then that all of these schools are complying with federal law today, correct?
Well, if there is a list, a parent can review it. A parent could take a look and through that process of selecting a school, make sure that it's a school that fits their child's needs the best.
Do you think it might help those parents in making that decision to have some of the transparency suggested by Representative Reynolds' amendment?
This bill has tremendous transparency and reporting requirements, and that will be accessible to parents.
Where are the other reporting requirements in the bill in terms of civil rights protections and violations?
All throughout the bill.
Could you point me to a specific place if we're going to say there's civil rights protections and reporting in the bill? Because I missed that section.
The private schools operate under federal law. That is a certainty. And then any parent that wants to file a complaint, they can file a complaint if they feel like their civil rights are being violated in a private school setting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. I respectfully move to table this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to close on the amendment.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about transparency. These private schools that currently don't have these federal requirements to report any discrimination based on race, gender, color, national origin, disability, they currently don't have these requirements because they don't accept public funds. Public schools have these current requirements. Now, these parents that are going to be taking advantage of this voucher and sending their children to these private schools, they have a right to know if these schools have a history of discrimination. That is what this amendment does. It provides transparency and accountability, and I ask you to vote no for the sake of transparency and accountability for all students, especially those vulnerable students, that we vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Reynolds sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Reynolds voting nay. Have all voted? Show Mr. King voting aye. There being 86 ayes, 61 nays, the motion to table prevails.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
Chair asks Ms. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment. It ensures that any private school or vendor receiving public dollars through this program must meet the same minimum bullying prevention standards that Texas public schools already are held under Section 37.0832 of the Texas Education Code. Because choice without safety isn't a real choice. Parents are not handing their children's future to a vendor just for academics. They are trusting that their child will be safe, valued, and protected in that school environment. We all know that Texas has a bullying problem. 1 in 5 students reports that they are bullied in the school year. And the numbers are even higher for students with disabilities and students of color. This amendment gives parents peace of mind that schools accepting taxpayer money won't turn a blind eye to harassment or abuse. Members, this is not a partisan issue. This is about protecting kids, respecting parents, and making sure that public funds only flow to schools that meet the basic safety standards. Texans don't cut corners on child safeties, and neither should we.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I'll yield for questions.
Yields.
Do Texas parents have peace of mind when they send their kids to public schools today that they won't be bullied?
Not all parents do.
It was just yesterday when Katy ISD board was sitting right up there, and one of the trustees had a video that she put out on her Facebook page of a kid that had beat a little girl up, and within 3 days that bully was right back in the classroom. We're not, whatever code you're reading from, Texas public schools are not following it.
well, they're held to that standard. It's up to the school
No one's
district.
holding them to a standard,
Well,
though,
that's
Mr.
up to
Reynolds. That's
the
problem.
administrators to enforce these regulations and protect the students. This simply makes it what's good for the public schools should be good for the private schools as well.
Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, private schools have bullying prevention and bullying policies, and I respectfully move to table.
Mr. Reynolds to close.
Members, we shouldn't have two standards. One for public schools when it comes to bullying and a lesser, almost non-existent standards for private schools. If we're going to have equity between public schools and private schools on these public dollars, then we should make sure that we protect these students from incidents of bullying in private schools that is pervasive in public schools. 1 in 5 students are bullied. Let's make sure that we pass this amendment to protect all students, regardless if they go to school at public school or private school. And with that, I urge you to vote no on the motion to table this amendment.
Mr. Reynolds sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion on the table. The clerk will ring the bell. Shows of Hunter voting aye. Mr. Harris voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Ms. Yolanda Jones voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes, 61 nays, the motion on the table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Allen.
Chair asks Ms. Allen to explain her amendment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, members, this is a very simple amendment. This member says that the per pupil spending for a voucher cannot be higher than the state's per pupil spending at any of the public schools. If we're giving public money to private schools, they should get they should not be getting more than public school students in public schools. This is a fair, basic fairness. Every Texas kid deserves the same investment no matter where they go to school. This amendment assures that vouchers don't become premium subsidies for private education on public school dime. Capping the voucher at public schools' per pupils spending keeps the program more fiscally responsible. Without this cap, voucher costs could spiral in public school budgets and fall farther behind public schools. If we truly value public education, we won't let vouchers to students get a better funding education than the rest of the students. The dollars spent on vouchers should be equal to the dollars spent on a child in public school. This amendment forces a real conversation about priorities. Are we investing all of our kids, or are we adjusting spending money on private schools? Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 2 currently clarifies very clearly that the ESA amount is 85% of what is spent on statewide average for our public schools. And with much respect for my colleague, Dr. Allen, I respectfully move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Dr. Allen.
I'm simply asking that the money spiral out of control and more money is spent in private schools than spent in public schools. I'm sure that it's not that easy to promise people that the monies won't be higher in private schools than they are in public schools. Thank you.
Dr. Allen sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Reynolds voting nay. Have all members voted? Mr. Jones voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Gonzalez of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This is a very simple amendment that I'm hopeful that you will take some time to consider. Public tax dollars should be spent on our schools, school kids, and the professionals who keep our schools running every day. I hope that every member of this body would agree with me that taxpayer funds shouldn't be used to bail bad actors out of legal trouble. That's why I filed this amendment. I simply want to make sure that every cent associated with this program is spent in service of our constitutional mandate to educate Texas's kids. This amendment prohibits private school recipients of state funds from earmarking or using taxpayer dollars to pay for settlements out of court. As we can all imagine, schools will receive these funds fully intend to operate as business as usual. Private religious schools aren't regulated by the state, and we're not proposing much of that here today. One example is a recent lawsuit filed against Trinity Valley High School in Fort Worth. One teacher had been accused of sexually abusing 16 young girls, and the school had been accused of covering this rampant abuse up for over 2 years. It's on every one of us to make sure that our schools operate effectively and lawfully. A consequence of this legislation should not be to effectively set up a legal slush fund for unaccountable, unregulated private schools that can turn kids away for any reason, or schools that hire predators or cover up sexual abuse of young children. I move adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2 currently provides protection for state dollars that could possibly be spent in any type of a environment where there was an illegality, and therefore I respectfully move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are already certain protections set up, then it shouldn't be a problem accepting this amendment, and I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment. I move adoption. Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion on the table. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Ms. Jolanda Jones voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 60 nays, the motion table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Y'all, this is the Keep Texas Taxpayer Dollars Actually in Texas bill. What this bill says is that we don't follow for the same trick that we did on charters. Because if you remember in 1995, we just needed 25 charter schools to come up with innovation to put back in public schools. And now we have 905. And you've seen the fraud that has occurred in charter schools. So all this bill says, with the billions of dollars that you want to funnel to private schools, that money can't go out of state. Look at page 15. It says that they can send money if the school is located in or the vendor is registered in the state of Texas. So I don't want to see what we had happen where we were sending Texas taxpayer dollars to bail out a failing school in Colorado. Vote for this amendment to keep Texas taxpayer dollars actually in Texas. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill currently requires that an education provider be located in Texas, and any vendor must be licensed and legal to do business in Texas, and therefore I respectfully move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
I get that they can be registered in Texas, but it doesn't say they can't share a registration out of state.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would a lady yield for questions?
Ms. Daly,
Yes.
question. She
Representative
yields.
Johnson, you're not talking about a hypothetical situation, are you?
No, we've already seen this happen.
This is a real situation where somebody running a charter school in this state took tens of millions of dollars of our taxpayer money and sent it out of state for his own benefit.
Third Future Schools, the same guy that has been put by TEA Commissioner Mike Morath in charge of HISD, sent Texas dollars that the law says charter schools need to stay in Texas. And they sent administrative fees, and it happened to bail out schools failing in Colorado. All I'm praying for is don't fall for the same scam. All we're asking is Texas taxpayer dollars have to stay in Texas. The way it's written right now, you just have to have a vendor registered in Texas. Doesn't say they can't share a registration out of state and funnel our taxpayer dollars to another state. Just keep the money in Texas.
Ms. Mayor, for what purpose?
Can I ask the representative questions, please?
Ms. Daly for questions?
Yes.
Did
She
you
yields.
know that the money that was missing from Harris County, it eliminated an IDD service that Harris County had for students who have intellectual disabilities?
It's shameful. I didn't know that, and I appreciate you telling me.
Also that because of these kind of situations that Commissioner Mike Morath did, they lost 6 teachers who teach teachers how to teach children who have autism, Down syndrome, not special education, children with IDD. That money was taken from Harris County. Did you know that? And they were eliminated the only 6 teachers that Harris County had.
I did not know that, and I appreciate you sharing it. And that raises the highlight of the heart of this whole bill. Texas Constitution, our founders said that we should pay to fully fund public education, that every child should have an opportunity. And since the 1990s, rather than fully funding for the last 3 decades, we keep blaming public ed and pushing money out to other people, lining their pockets. And this bill just says, if you're going to line somebody's pocket, can we at least just make sure it's Texas pockets and that you're not funneling to a bunch of other people in other
two
states?
other questions. How much money, do you know how much money was lost that Harris County lost because of what Commissioner Mike Morath did by having that money sent out of state to an out-of-state school?
Tell me.
It was in, it was over $10 million, if I'm correct?
Millions.
Yes, millions. And the average, do you know how much the average teacher in Harris County makes?
No, tell me.
They make anywhere between $60,000 to $90,000. Do you think that we could have afforded to have more than 6 IDD teachers if we kept that money in Harris County, in Texas?
I pray we were debating fully funding public ed and investing as opposed to pushing it to the side. And let me be clear, I ain't for lining anybody's pockets. I'm just telling you, if you don't pass this amendment, you're saying, oh, it's okay to line pockets out of state. We don't want to do it anyway. We should be spending the money wisely. We should be avoiding fraud. This avoids fraud by saying that people who are vendors registered in Texas don't push their money someplace else. Protect
Thank you so much. This is a
Texas
great amendment.
taxpayer dollars.
Thank you so much.
Move adoption.
Ms. Johnson sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Ms. Jones of Harris voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Perez of El Paso.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perez of El Paso to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as we debate a sweeping voucher program that many backers claim will expand educational freedom and opportunity across Texas, the reality is that for hundreds of thousands of students in rural communities, SB2 offers no such thing. It's an empty promise because there are no private schools for them to access. This amendment, which provides rural equity in ESA funding, is rooted in a basic principle. If a student has no private school in their county, they cannot benefit from SB2. So let's ensure they still receive a benefit. This amendment would provide rural school students located in counties without private schools with funding equal to the utilization rate of ESAs in counties that do have private school choice. Here's how it would work. If 2% of students statewide are using the ESA program, then school districts in counties with no private schools would receive funding equivalent to the percentage of students using the vouchers in urban areas where private schools are more prevalent. This reinvestment would help fund critical education services. It's a simple, fair, and smart way to ensure that public funds from ESAs don't bypass rural students entirely. Right now, 60% of Texas counties have no private schools. That's the reality. These communities aren't anti-choice, they're just out of options. For them, a voucher is not freedom, it's exclusion. And under the current version of SB2, they would get nothing while watching their tax dollars go to fund private education in cities hundreds of miles away. Rural counties in other states where voucher programs were implemented saw this firsthand, where 0% of students used a voucher in the first 2 years because there was nowhere to use them. Do we want Texas to replicate that failure? This amendment is not a rejection of choice, it's a reaffirmation of fairness. Taxpayers in counties where no private schools exist should not be forced to subsidize a program from which they derive no benefit. Members, this amendment gives rural school districts a fighting chance. It protects their students, it preserves their communities, and it ensures that SB2 does not become a policy that privileges zip codes over kids. I urge you to adopt this amendment. It's an amendment for fairness, for accountability, and for the children and families of rural Texas.
Morales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions, please?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Pettis, this has been a long night, and I understand that a lot of us are tired. So let's try to see if we can make this quick for us. And more specifically also because Chairman Harris really wanted to make sure, is this a rural amendment?
It's an amendment that provides greater equity for students who don't necessarily currently benefit from SB2 as it currently stands. Right now, 60% of counties in Texas do not have a private school. This amendment seeks to remedy that.
Wait, did I hear 16% or is it 60%?
60% of Texas counties do not have a private school.
60% of Texas counties, mostly rural, have no private schools. Is that what you're telling this legislative body and those listening at home?
That's correct. And,
All right.
and that's why you have many people coming from these counties. Again, they aren't necessarily anti-choice. They just have no options to exercise that choice.
Does this amendment take away anyone's ability to use an ESA?
Not at all. Again, this is just about fairness and provides a benefit from the ESAs for students where no private school is located in their county.
How does this amendment calculate the funding for rural school districts?
It looks at the utilization rate from other counties where students are taking advantage of the program. So for example, if 2% of students are using the voucher program in an urban area, then that equivalent amount of 2% will go to a school district where these students have no choice.
Is it consistent with the goal of educational opportunity for all Texas students?
Absolutely. It's a matter of equity and fairness and ultimately a good thing for all Texas students.
Tell me and the rest of the legislative body why rural school districts should get a portion of ESA funds.
Again, it's not fair that taxpayers from rural areas subsidize a program where they derive no benefit. This amendment is seeking to remedy this issue by providing a benefit from students who otherwise won't exercise it under SB2.
What could this funding be used for in rural schools? Is it limited?
Again, it'll go to fund the types of things that they are seeking to achieve with SB2, enhancing educational opportunities, tutoring, other classroom opportunities to ensure that they have the same type of benefit.
Is this amendment a pro-public school or anti-choice amendment?
It is a pro-equity amendment. It doesn't remove anybody's choices. It ensures that rural kids aren't excluded from this investment in education.
Are you aware of any precedents for this kind of funding parity in other programs?
Yes. Texas already has hold harmless provisions and weighted funding in school finance to ensure fairness. and other states with ESAs, such as Arizona and West Virginia, have also faced similar pressure to provide this type of funding.
So a vote for this amendment is a vote for rural schools.
Absolutely.
And 60% of our schools are considered rural.
That's correct.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
As is Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a universal program to include homeschool students, and I'd move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perez.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
can
Morales.
I ask the question and answer between Mr. Pettis and I be reduced to writing, please?
Yes, you've heard the motion. To objection, chair is none so ordered. Mr. Perez to close.
Again, members, this is a matter of equity and fairness. Again, taxpayers from rural areas should not be forced to subsidize an education bill where they derive no benefit. This provides an equal playing field and provides a benefit from those who currently don't see any. I urge adoption of this amendment.
Mr. Perez sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion on the table. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Harris voting aye. There being 88 ayes and 60 nays, the motion on the table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so this voucher bill is addressing private schools run by private people, private companies, what have you. And as we've heard in some of the prior amendments, private schools don't necessarily have to follow the same rules regarding testing, regarding safety. They may not have the same background checks for their staff. But what about when a private school now is accepting more public dollars than private? In other words, if they are receiving so many voucher students that over 50% of their revenue is coming from public tax dollars, should they not then be considered public schools? And should they not then have to follow the same rules that all of our public schools have to follow? So let me just run that by you again. This amendment simply says that if a private school is now receiving more of its funding from public tax dollars, then they would have to follow the same rules as our public schools. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2 has strong protections for our private schools. Keep them private, and I respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin.
Members, I know that we're all getting a little exhausted here, but if you will just bear with me, don't you think that when an institution becomes over 50% funded by public tax dollars, it is now a public institution? And shouldn't it have to follow the same rules as our public schools? So I ask that you vote no on the motion to table.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion on the table. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all Ms. Bowers voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 61 nays, the motion on the table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know we've been at this for a while. We've talked a lot about the kids in the classroom, the teachers in the classroom, the parents and their opportunity. This amendment is about those who've done their time in the classroom, our retired teachers, who I know each and every one of you care about deeply. This amendment's pretty straightforward, and what it would do is if we see a reduced school district and open enrollment charter school enrollment have a negative impact on TRS, then the comptroller would work with TRS to make sure we keep those funds actuarially sound. Now, I know you'll probably hear conversation that they don't believe that that's going to be an issue in the future based on this bill. I would tell you, we do a lot of things here where we don't think a certain impact is going to occur. But there are unintended consequences with things that we do. And if anyone should receive protection, it's our retired teachers who took up that vocation and did the work for their entire career for the school kids across this state. And so that's all it does. It tells the comptroller to calculate whether this bill reduced the amount in TRS to a point where it needs to be backfilled and that these funds can be used for that purpose. And if nothing happens, like people say, nothing will happen, then this is words on paper. But there are unintended consequences at times when we pass legislation. And honestly, because we're putting this program in place for the first time, we don't know. We don't know. So let's take that question off the table. If they're right and it doesn't impact the fund, then we're good to go. But if it does, let's show the respect for those retired teachers and make sure that we take care of them and keep our commitment to them. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, testimony was taken to show that this SB2 does not have a significant actual impact on teacher retirement system. They were actually more concerned about House Bill 2 and the impact and the tremendous teacher pay raises in that bill. Moving forward, the financial markets and the teacher pay raises will be overseen by TRS and be monitored through the interim, and I respectfully move to table this amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
And Dr. Buckley, I appreciate that they don't have a concern currently, but we know that sometimes those concerns will pop up later. And all this is a little bit of a safety net to operate over. That's it. So if what Dr. Buckley said is true and what TRS thinks is true right now, and it's never a concern, then this amendment means nothing. But if something does happen and a concern does come up later with the actuarial soundness of our fund for our retired teachers, then we're going to take care of them. That's all this is a commitment to our retired teachers. If something goes differently than what we think it's going to go right now, it's just a safety net. Let's make sure we take care of our retired teachers who took care of so many of us and so many of our kids across the state. I ask you to vote no on the motion to table. Thank you.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all, Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 60 nays, the motion table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rose.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would simply require that demographic information of student participants be collected for the comptroller's annual longitudinal report and to break down portions of the report by the demographic information. The amendment lists the same demographic information that's going to be collected for the legislative report that will be submitted to the comptroller. So the comptroller is going to already have it. So it will be simple just to put it on the website, and it's acceptable to the author.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 2 currently has strong transparency and reporting provisions to include the very items that my good friend from Dallas has proposed in this amendment. Therefore, I respectfully move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Members, Texans have the right to know exactly who is benefiting from these vouchers. And I ask that you vote favorably for this amendment.
Ms. Rose sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley has moved to table. The questions on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Morales voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales of Harris.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. My amendment is as simple as it is necessary. It says that any school district where at least 50% of the students identify as Hispanic or Latino, the district must provide the parents with written notice in Spanish about the Education Savings Account program, what it is, how to apply, and what's required. Why? Because you cannot claim this bill is about school choice while deliberately ignoring families who don't speak the language that the program is written in. Let me say it plainly. Choice without access is not choice, it's exclusion. In my community, Latino families are the backbone of our schools, our neighborhoods, and our workforce. They show up, they work hard, they pay taxes, and they raise children who deserve every opportunity, the same opportunities that every Texas child does. But if we pass this bill and we don't require even a basic Spanish language explanation of the program in districts that are majority Latino, what are we saying to those parents? You're not good enough to pay. You're good enough to pay for this program, but not good enough to understand it. This amendment doesn't cost the state 1 cent, not one dime. What it does is ensure that when we roll out a massive program with public dollars, we don't do it in a way that leaves behind the very communities that are most affected. Spanish-speaking parents shouldn't have to figure it out or catch up later. If this program is supposed to help kids, let it help all kids. I urge you to adopt this amendment and prove that equity isn't just a buzzword, it's how we govern.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Though I certainly agree with the intent of this, requiring our school districts to do this would be an unfunded mandate to public schools, and therefore I move to table the amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales.
Members, let me be clear. I do not support SB2. I think it's rooted in inequity, and I believe it's a dangerous step forward in dismantling our public education system as we know it. But if this bill is going to move forward, if this legislature is going to ram through a program that siphons public dollars into private hands, then we have a responsibility to at least make sure our families aren't left behind in the process. So that's what this amendment is about, because let's be honest, if you're going to spend billions of dollars on so-called choice program, don't bother to tell Latinos parents how to access in their language, then this isn't about choice at all. It's about creating a system that benefits the few and confuses the rest. I don't like this bill, but if we're going to do it, then we need to do it with our eyes wide open and make darn sure that the same families who've always been told to wait their turn aren't getting locked out just because they didn't get a letter in Spanish. Let's be real, it's 2025. In a state as diverse as Texas, requiring a Spanish language notice isn't radical, it's responsible. I urge you to support this amendment, and while you're at it, think hard about whether this bill serves all Texans that it claims to represent. Thank you, and I ask that you vote no on the motion to table.
Ms. Morales sends up amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The questions on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Morales voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 58 nays, the motion table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain his amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm laying out this amendment because my last amendment that would bar us from participating in this program and not enriching ourselves off of this bill. Now I'm laying out this amendment that prohibits our membership of the Texas legislature from serving on the boards of private schools that accept funding through the voucher program created by this bill. We are debating a significant shift away from funding public schools to support private education in this state. We must ensure that Texans can trust legislators are not writing policy with a vested interest in these private institutions. This amendment is about transparency, integrity, and ethics. It draws a clear ethical line. If you are crafting the law, creating the program, you should not be simultaneously be sitting on the board of a school that stands to financially benefit from it. Texans expect us to play by the rules and write the rules apply to ourselves as well. Let's hold ourselves to the same standard we expect of others when the tax dollars are involved. Members, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this kind of relates to what we talked about earlier in the fact that in our lives outside of here, we serve in various capacities. On many of us on boards, I would imagine, that receive state dollars. And also, we have personal financial statements to disclose that activity, if there is any, and therefore I respectfully move to table this amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Thank you, members. While all that may be true, this is something that is deeply problematic for this body. Over and over again, our body is seen by the public as taking care of ourselves before taking care of the public. Time and time again, we take care of favors for our friends, for people who donate to us, billionaires who write $10 million checks, and many other things. We say, what happened to the public's voice? What happened to what the people want? What happened to taking care of all of us? This is about an issue that our American public is enraged about, that we take care of those who already have, people who already have power, who already have money, and we leave behind the people who are struggling every single day. We saw this in the amendments that we refused to cap this program at $150,000 of income. And all these other things, we refuse to block ourselves off from the program that we are creating. This is an ethical boundary, and I urge you to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. Question occurs on the motion to table. Clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Weiner voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very simple amendment. It says that we were going to limit the total appropriations for the voucher program, for the ESA program, so it cannot grow more on a percentage basis in any given budget cycle than the basic allotment increases in our public schools. That's what it does. So if you want to make sure that this program does not grow and become more expensive at a faster rate than by which we increase the basic allotment, which is our basic funding mechanism for our public schools, where more than 90% of Texas children attend, then you want to vote for this amendment. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, earlier today we passed significant historic funding for our Texas public schools, and the appropriation for this program is always the subject to the legislature to appropriate the money on a biennial basis. So therefore, I respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, I certainly supported the bill earlier today, or I guess now yesterday, on public school finance, and I think it did have an important increase in funding overall, including a modest, and I would emphasize modest, basic allotment increase. But we know, as we heard from that debate earlier today or yesterday, that the basic allotment, even with House Bill 2, is still not coming close to catching up to where we were in 2019, the last time we did school finance reform. And so what I want to make sure with this amendment on this bill going forward is that we're not allowing the ESA program to grow at a faster clip than we're increasing the basic allotment, because let's be real, we are behind on the basic allotment. We are behind. We are behind in terms of comparing to 2019 dollars, and that is hurting classroom instruction in our public schools across the state. So let's put some safeguards on the ESA program and tie the rate of growth in this program to the rate of growth in the ESA program. And I would just think of it this way: when you're back home in your districts, do you want to tell 90% or more than 90% of the parents in your district that you're holding down the funding for their kids' schools while allowing funding for schools where less than 10% of your constituents attend to increase at a faster rate? I don't think any of us want to be able to say that to our constituents. So I would ask that you vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting no. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Weiner voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Just barely voting aye. There being 87 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain her amendment.
Members, this amendment is simple. It is about standing up for the Texas House. Now, I want to be clear, nothing in my amendment changes the substantive provisions of this voucher bill. What this amendment does is says that this bill will not go into effect unless the public school funding package we passed earlier tonight, SB2, with 144 votes, goes into effect, or similar legislation goes into effect. Members, many of y'all were here with me last session when folks on the other side of this dome held public school funding hostage. Now, I have heard from my public schools about the struggles they have had. I know you have too. Hearing from schools who are having to consider whether or not to cut gifted and talented programs, or behavioral health specialists, or having to cut community support liaisons. Schools that are having to up their classroom sizes because of the financial pinch they were put on because of school funding being held hostage last session. So members, this is the Texas House Calls the Shots amendment. This is the one where we tell the Senate and the governor that public school funding is our #1 priority, and that this bill that they want, and that many of y'all want too, cannot go forward unless we have those public school dollars. So members, I urge your support. Stand up for the House, stand up for our schools, demand funding.
Good one. For what purpose?
Would she yield for some questions?
Young lady, yield for questions.
I yield.
So really, I just want to ask the one question. Would this ensure that our school funding bill will pass into effect?
Representative Goodwin, I don't think anything can guarantee what happens on the other side of this dome. I've been here 4 sessions. That's a mystery I haven't unlocked yet. But this amendment will give us more capital in negotiations with that body to make sure that my schools, your schools, every single public school in Texas gets the needed infusion of funds that we provided today in HB2.
So everyone who voted for the school funding bill earlier tonight, yesterday, should be in favor of this amendment, correct?
Absolutely. If you support HB2 carried by Chairman Buckley earlier this evening and more dollars for our public schools, you should support this amendment so the Texas House goes into our negotiations with the other chamber with the most leverage possible.
Right. We need that leverage. Thank you very much, Representative.
I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we've done here today is exactly what we committed to do, and that was to keep these two issues separate. And they appreciate your support on HB2, and I respectfully move to table this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner.
Members, there is no more important issue than public school funding. Let's send that message loud and clear to the other chamber that this bill cannot move forward without our school districts getting the needed infusion of cash that they desperately have been asking all of us for. I urge you to vote no on the motion to table.
Ms. Weiner sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. Record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting nay. Ms. Jones of Harris voting nay. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a very, very simple amendment. And all it asks for is that for teachers in private schools to be certified. Because if we're spending public money in private schools, then private school teachers need to have the same certifications and requirements as public schools. And I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, about 54% of our new hires in our public schools are uncertified. Thank you for your support on HB2. That'll change that. And with that, I will respectfully motion or move to table this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
So this is what I have to say to that motion to table. Don't table it. Don't duck this vote. If public money's on the table, certification should be the standard. No certification, no compensation, not without public money. And the truth is, this actually discourages people from going to college. All you gotta do is go work at some fast food restaurant and then go work at a private school. And who wants to send their kids or their grandkids to a school with no certification? You should not be subjected to non-certified teachers just because you're low income and you choose to go to a private school. So please vote no to table.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends out an amendment. Dr. Buckley's moved to table. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
Chair asks Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
I just want you to know this is my last amendment. So, I think that a lot of people who are hearing about this voucher bill believe that $10,000 is going to tuition. Well, let me read to you what the bill says without the amendment. It says that 85% of the estimated statewide average amount of state funding, which is $10,000, we double it to 170%, which gives you an additional $10,000 for tuition, because you can use the voucher money, but it's not all going for tuition. So what I want to do is, if you get into a school that you're guaranteed at least $10,000 for tuition, And then for all those other things that you need in private school, uniforms, books, software, all of those things. So that's what I'm asking you to do, is to please make sure that if the kids can get into the private school, if we assume that the private school is worth $10,000, the poor families are going to need more money to be able to compete in the school, and that's all I'm asking you to do.
Chair recognizes
I
Dr.
move
Buckley.
adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
Again, I'm going to ask you not to table this amendment. $10,000 is not a lot of money when it comes to private school, and they're going to need more than just to get into the school. Our children are going to need books and uniforms and all those other things. So please, please, please don't table this amendment.
Ms.
Mr.
Rose, for what
Speaker,
purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady yield for questions?
Yeah,
Representative
yields.
Jones.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Jones, you're bringing up a great point, because in Harris County and in Dallas County, the tuition average is over $10,000, right?
Yes.
And so what you're just trying to do is make sure that if a child in those areas would like to participate in the program, that they have access to the funds that they need to be able to participate in the private school, correct?
That's exactly what I'm asking for.
I think you have a great amendment.
Thank you. And let me say this. When you go to these schools, let's say you get to the private schools and you are competing with kids whose parents can actually afford the private schools without the vouchers. Those kids are going to have things. Trust and believe. When your children go to these schools, when your grandchildren go to these schools, and the kids around them have things that they don't have, they're going to feel like second-class citizens. If the other kids have uniforms and they can't afford uniforms, they're going to be second-class citizens. If the other kids can afford the extracurricular activities at these schools, and your and the poor kids cannot, they're going to feel like second-class citizens. We have enough of bullying just with kids' development, emotional development. We don't need bullying in the form of, this kid has everything and I don't. Because trust and believe, with the lack of, the lack of brain development at that age, we're gonna create kids who are gonna feel second class. They're not gonna feel like they fit in, and they're gonna be lost. And we, I believe, as a legislature, have the obligation to make sure if we put these children in these environments, in these situations, then we need to put them in that situation where they have all the resources they need, the financial resources they need to fit in, because it's hard enough to be a kid. I move adoption, and I hope that you don't table this amendment.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's be honest about what we do. Let's call things what they are. That this amendment would rename this act as the Siphoning Classroom Assets for Millionaires Act, SCAM, because that's what it is. Because earlier you heard Dr. Buckley on SB2 talk about how we're going to put almost $8 billion into the education system, and it still won't take us back to even 2019 levels. Why? Because we're actually about $15 billion short. And here, right now, this is a scam, because this bill right here, this bill is taking away money that could go to keep your schools open. That this bill is what is keeping your school from getting more money. That this is a scam because this is taking money from the public, from our public schools, from our neighborhoods, taking money from our neighbors, our friends, our family that pay into this, and taking it and giving it to people for their private use, for private schools to receive a private religious education. This is a scam because Dr. Buckley came up here and said, well, if you're rejected from a school because you're the wrong religion, that's not discrimination. Except that every person outside of this room, if they got rejected because of their religion, or because of their color of their skin, or because of anything else, they would say, that's discrimination. This is a scam. Call it a scam.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
I move to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Members, I don't think people on the outside of this room fully appreciate how much danger our school districts are in. Our school districts, because of what Governor Abbott did 2 sessions ago, are no longer standing at the edge of the cliff. They have been pushed over and are currently just hanging on by their fingernails. We were supposed to help them pull them up. We were supposed to make things better, and instead, we're going to take more money away. That's a scam. Call things what they are.
Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley has moved to table. The questions on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 58 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez Ramos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Working families trust when they send their child to school, public or private, the teacher in front of that classroom is qualified, trained, and accountable. They don't have time to vet every school or scrutinize every staff resume. That's why we have standards to ensure every child, regardless of where they live or how much their parents earn, has a certified teacher prepared to meet their needs. This amendment requires private school teachers in districts using voucher funds to be qualified teachers as demonstrated through certification. The amendment simply requires private school educators and administrators to meet the applicable requirements under Subchapter B, Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code relating to certification of educators. In Texas, private school teachers are not required to be certified. The repercussions of this are evident, and we cannot ignore them. Members, if we're going to use public dollars, families deserve the same level of assurance. A student in a voucher-funded classroom should not have fewer protections or lower quality instruction than their neighbor in a public school. This amendment simply holds all educators to the same baseline of professional responsibility because that's what working families expect and deserve. Show you care about providing all Texans with the educational resources to achieve economic prosperity and stability. Vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos to close on the amendment.
I close.
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting nay. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted? There being 86 ayes, 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the fight is not over. Woo! All right, yes. This amendment ensures fairness for the families this bill claims to serve and prevents our taxpayer dollars from going to schools with completely unaccountable admission and curriculum standards. As written, SB2 would allow private schools receiving public funds to use their own admissions criteria and use any curriculum they choose, with no requirement to follow state standards or accept every student who applies. Let's think about what that means in real terms for working families. A family struggling to make ends meet might receive a voucher only to find that the private school down the road doesn't accept students with learning differences, or that their child's discipline record, test scores, or even zip code make them ineligible. Another family might assume they're choosing a school that prepares their child for college or career, only to discover that the curriculum has no alignment with TEKS, no transparency, and no oversight. There are documented cases where taxpayer money intended for education has been misused to propagate ideologies such as white nationalism, unfounded conspiracies, and other dubious content like the Great Replacement theory. We have seen neo-Nazi approved curriculum used by homeschool parents, curriculum pushing Christian nationalist ideas, and others teaching that COVID and global warming are a hoax, and others erasing the reality of our history to deny the Holocaust. In fact, a school in Florida showed PragerU material showing a cartoon representation of Frederick Douglass describing slavery as a compromise and as beneficial to both sides, portraying slavery as not so bad as extremely dangerous. We are essentially sanctioning a Soviet Union-style education. Our public school curriculum, shaped through careful consideration of educational experts, strives to provide a well-rounded, fact-based education. This amendment says, if you accept public money, you accept public responsibility. You don't get to take taxpayer dollars and then turn around and pick and choose which kids are worth educating or teach a curriculum that doesn't meet basic educational standards. Members, let's not create a parallel system with lower accountability and higher barriers for the families who are already navigating the toughest challenges. Let's make sure that if public funds go out the door, they go to programs that are open to all kids and committed to quality. I urge you to support this amendment. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos to close on the amendment.
I close.
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. The record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alcott voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting nay. Have all voted. There being 86 ayes, 61 nays, the motion to table prevails.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez-Ramos.
Chair recognizes Rodriguez-Ramos to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bit of a history lesson. That any parent, guardian, or other person having custody of any child and receiving any grant for the benefit of the child who shall expend any portion except as herein provided shall be guilty of a felony. If you misuse program funds, you get a felony charge. While this is the intent of my amendment, I did not write this language. My amendment was written in 1957 when this body passed House Bill 235. Members, 66 years ago, in light of the Supreme Court decision Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka, which ordered our public schools to desegregate, our legislative body sat down and agreed upon the following language, quote, Section 7, the fact that each person in this state has the right to avoid forced integration in the schools, and that this act will provide a means for fair choice of school creates an emergency. Just like in 1957, Governor Abbott and his billionaire megadonors are trying to manufacture the exact same school choice emergency, but this time with even less accountability than we had in the 1950s. My amendment does what that original amendment did and creates a felony charge for vendors and providers who misuse program funds under Section 29359. And if they misrepresent their accreditations to gain approval or otherwise violate Sections 29358. My amendment also holds the comptroller accountable for approving schools that do not meet the requirements of this section and for violating their duties under this section. These are all created as state jail felonies, just like the accountability measures in the original 1957 school voucher bill. We've been here before. We are witnessing the very same racist Jim Crow playbook resurrected so that wealthy families can send their kids to unregulated and segregated private schools. The intent of the 1957 bill was clear and held large repercussions for misuse. So let's all be parallel in the consequences for those who use these vouchers inadequately. Across the states who've implemented school vouchers, we have seen reckless accountability. In the plain language of the voucher bill before us today, Section 29359C shows if a program participant is caught red-handed using voucher money for unapproved expenses, they can continue using taxpayer dollars for other expenses just like nothing ever happened. The comptroller is not even required to try and recover the money used for fraudulent purchases. The highest accountability in the entire bill is a vague referral to a DA if the comptroller acquires evidence of fraud. My amendment holds the comptroller accountable. As it stands, there are no repercussions for a failure to verify that private schools actually meet eligibility requirements. Most importantly, there is no accountability measure to ensure the comptroller verifies and refuses national criminal history record information or documentation for adults who will be interacting with their children on a daily basis. The original accountability measure was a felony for using the funds to go to an integrated school. Educational savings accounts were created to prevent integration. Quote, any child who is withdrawn from a school due to there being no separate school for children of his race shall be entitled to an educational grant from the state, end quote. If a private school seeks to profit from our public tax dollars, like in 1957, they shall be held accountable for misleading our parents and children. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos.
It's history, members. We don't want to repeat it. We want to make sure we protect our students in the future. I move adoption.
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos sends an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The questions on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez-Ramos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos to explain the amendment.
Members, I think we're closing the gap, so stay in there, hang in there. This amendment ensures all private schools adhere to minimum standards of school safety, just like our local public schools. Every parent, no matter their income, neighborhood, or background, wakes up with the same hope that their child will come home safe at the end of the school day. And blessings and prayers to the family in San Antonio today who are not able to experience that today and are going through tough times. And too often, they fear shadows of hope. Families across Texas live with the quiet, constant anxiety of school shootings, lockdowns, and rising violence on campuses. They expect and deserve to know that every school their tax dollar support has strong, consistent safety standards in place. Whether a child attends a public school or a private school receiving public funds, their safety should never depend on the type of institution. This amendment requires that private schools receiving state funds must administer staff mental health training, emergency operation plans, and facility standards requirements, conditions that our public schools already adhere to. If we are truly presenting private schools as an alternative to public schools, then we at the very least need to guarantee our children's safety. No alternative to public school is worth sending taxpayer dollars to it if we cannot be held to rigorous safety standards. Our children's safety is too important. We cannot ignore the hard truth that gunshots are the leading cause of death for Texas youth and have been for several years. The number of children under 18 who die annually from gun violence has tripled in the past decade. Tripled. As we debate today, it is unconscionable to pass off private academies as true alternative while failing to add any safety standards to give parents a true choice and peace of mind. Unfortunately, no school in Texas is immune to gun violence and other severe incidents that threaten students and families' physical and psychological safety. My amendment simply applies public school safety requirements to private schools, taking voucher money so that we can rest assured that we have done the right thing to keep all our students in Texas safe. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos.
I close.
Question occurs on the motion of the table. Ms. Rodriguez Ramos sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley's moved to table. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez Ramos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos to explain her amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment ensures that private schools accepting voucher funds provide fundamental federal and state protections for special education students and requires private schools to actually implement a student's individualized education plan. Texas, at the end of the day, all private schools receiving state funding must be equipped and required to serve students with a variety of learning and developmental disabilities because private schools specializing in special education simply do not have the capacity to serve the special needs student population of Texas on their own.
Mr. Speaker.
Texas parents have spoken.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentlewoman yield for a question?
Generally yield for questions.
Yes, I yield.
She yields.
Representative, I really appreciate your amendment. One of my concerns in this amendment is how much money, taxpayer dollars, would go to a private school serving kids with special education. Do you know how much money this bill sets aside for students receiving a special education to attend a private school?
Not enough, but
it's $30,000, which is a lot, right? Doesn't cover the entire tuition of some private schools, but here is what is really upsetting about that number. Do you know what special education services the private school that is receiving $30,000 has to provide for that student?
No.
None.
And yes, I'm sorry.
We're giving $30,000 to a private school to take a child with special education with zero requirement to provide any special education services to that child.
And this amendment's important, and I appreciate your comments because in my community, one of my constituents, one of my neighbors, the child was a special needs child, went to a Catholic school, a private school. The parents are very devout Catholics, and they wanted to do everything they could to keep him in the school. But the school did not have the resources. In fact, the child kept getting punished and put in different classes and was not meeting his academic needs, that the parents ultimately had to remove the child from the parochial school and put him back into public school where he is thriving and graduates actually this year. So there is not, and over again, the parents tried to keep them there, but the Catholic school did not have the resources nor the energy, the parents would say, to really address the needs of this the special needs of the child. So we don't want that to happen across the state.
And do you think that Texas taxpayers understand that not only are private schools going to be allowed to continue to discriminate against students who require special education, but now they're going to get $30,000 in taxpayer money to continue to fail to provide that required service and education to those kids?
Yes, and it's unfortunate because in listening to the hearings that you're part of the committee, we heard over and over again, especially from our Catholic school parochial, this may not be the environment for them, which was code to, we don't want them, we can't serve them, and we're going to figure out ways to eliminate them. And it was unfortunate because those statements were cryptic in many ways, but basically saying that we'll take the money, but we don't want the problems that come with the issues and the challenges that come with the children, and it's unfortunate.
And did you know that already a requirement of federal law is that if an ISD cannot serve the needs of a student in special education, that they are required to pay for a private education, but that actually provides the services that students need. That is already in law. But instead of using that responsible expenditure of taxpayer dollars where we get what we pay for, this bill gives free money to a private school with no requirement that a special education is provided to that child who needs it.
And parents will not have a recourse to address that issue. There is no school board. There's no public elected officials in your local Catholic or private school. You file a complaint and it goes into somebody's email and you never get a response. Fortunately, in the public, the ISDs, we have those venues where community can complain, remove leadership, change leadership, do whatever it needs to get those services to their children. So it's unfortunate that we're not providing those safeguards. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos.
Move passage.
Question occurs on the motion on the table. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 60 nays, the motion on the table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Amendment by Rodriguez-Ramos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment prevents private schools that accept voucher funding from rejecting a student based on religious belief, disability, race, income, or any other protected status. For working families, public education is a promise that every child will be welcomed, supported, and given a fair chance to succeed. SB2 risks undermining that promise by allowing publicly funded private schools to pick and choose who they serve. Families using a voucher shouldn't have to wonder whether their child will be turned away because of who they are, what they believe, or what challenges they face. If public dollars are in play, basic civil rights protections must follow. If we are sending hard-earned taxpayer dollars to these unaccountable schools, they must operate under the same standards as public institutions and not discriminate against students and families who may have different religious beliefs than that of the school. Finally, Article 1, Section 7 of the Texas Constitution provides that, quote, no money shall be appropriated or drawn from the Treasury for the benefit of any sect or religious society, theological or religious seminary, nor shall property belonging to the state be appropriated for any such purposes. If private schools take public funds, these are policies that must also operate under. We cannot sacrifice our student civil rights for the profit of private institutions. If we are claiming to provide an opportunity for students to receive alternative forms of education, all students should be protected in that process. Without this amendment, this bill becomes another tool to exclude and divide, undermining public schools, which are one of the few economic ladders working families can count on to give every child a fair shot at success. If you care about educational access for all Texas students, vote yes on this amendment. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos to close on the amendment.
Thank you. I close.
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alcott voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez-Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment ensures Texas taxpayers and Texas teachers know exactly how much private schools are paying their teachers, administrators, and superintendents. This is vital information for Texas parents trying to make the right choice for their children's education and for Texas teachers to make the right choice for their career. In 2021, full-time teachers in public schools earned about 30% more than private school teachers. Private schools also have more teacher vacancies than public schools, especially in high-demand fields like special education. While private schools are marketed as the ideal institution for educating Texas children, they are not ideal work environments by the metrics teachers identified as most important to them. Members, it all comes back to accountability. Should private schools receive Texas taxpayer dollars, they must be held to similar standards of transparency as our local schools. Only 5% of Texas teachers feel valued by elected officials in this state. Show Texas teachers that you are invested in their professional opportunities by giving them the information necessary to make informed decisions about their career trajectories. All teachers deserve access to the same pay transparency that public teachers do. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos to close on the amendment.
I close.
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 86 ayes, 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 2? The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to speak against the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, let's talk about what this bill really is. They're calling it an education savings account, but don't be fooled. ESA doesn't mean education savings account. It really means elite subsidy assistance, because that's exactly what this bill does. It takes public dollars, money meant for public schools, and hands it to wealthy families to subsidize private school tuition they were already paying for. And who qualifies for this taxpayer handout? Families making up to $156,000 a year. And if not enough families use it, then people making any amount of money. That's craziness. That's not low income. That's not struggling. That's upper middle class siphoning public dollars out of schools that serve everyone. That's not school choice. That's welfare for the wealthy. And the only choice this bill actually guarantees is a private school's choice to reject our kids. They can reject students with disabilities. They can reject students with behavioral needs. They can reject kids because of their race, religion, gender identity, or if they simply don't fit. They can reject kids with autism. They can reject kids with special needs. Public schools can't do that. Public schools educate everyone. This bill is intentionally complicated, and that's no accident. They don't want everyday Texans to understand what's happening. They've wrapped it in fancy language. They're calling it parent empowerment. They're saying it's about giving kids a better chance. But here's the truth. Most Texans across party lines do not support vouchers. And instead of letting the people vote on it, they're ramming it through the Texas House on party line basis, far away from people's hometowns, hoping working families are too busy and too tired to notice. They're trying to sneak vouchers through the back door, but we're watching. They won't put it out to vote for the public. We see it for what it is, and we're not afraid to call it out. It's not about helping students. It's not about choice. It's about dismantling public education and giving handouts to people who already have access. This is elite subsidy assistance. This is welfare for the wealthy. This is a direct attack on public schools. And I respectfully urge my colleagues to do what's right by all kids. This bill is not well thought out. It's going to exclude most people don't truly have access to private schools. And who really wants to go to private schools where they don't have certified teachers? And I will tell you, in the Houston area, which is an area that I represent, the private schools, the ones that we know are educating kids, are anywhere from $33,000 up to about $46,000. So $10,000 goes nowhere towards helping that. And as you learned tonight, even though my amendment wasn't accepted, the $10,000 has to be spread over things you need in private education. So I'm asking you to do what's right by all kids. And although I don't represent a rural area, I fear for the rural areas because they don't have a lot of access to private schools. They're geographically spread out. How are people who have to work, if they're low income, they have to work, expected to drive their kids however far they have to drive in rural areas for their kids to attend private schools? It's not right, it's not fair, it's just wrong. And I'm gonna end on this. It's not education, what is it called? It's an education savings account. That's not what it is. It is, well, it is a voucher scan, but ESA does not stand for that. ESA stands for Elite Subsidy Assistance. That's what it is. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Morales Shaw to speak against SB2. Excuse me. Chair recognizes Dr. Allen to speak against SB2.
Thank you. Microphone's not on. Thank you. I have to live with myself. And so I want to be fit for myself to know when I make a decision to close all the schools down in the state of Texas, when I make a decision to educate some children and deny others the opportunity to get a good education, I want to make sure that my soul rests easy because I've made a decision that made an impact on the lives of others, a positive impact, not one that took away opportunities from children who will make a difference in the lives that they will live. 30 years from the day when we are no longer here, we will suffer the benefits of what we have done to our children. When the whole population of the state of Texas is functionally illiterate, 51% already illiterate, I want to know that I made a difference in their lives by not denying them the opportunity to get a good education. We are turning back the hands of time. Long before Brown versus the Board of Education. We must live with that decision that we made. I do not want my legacy to be that I sold out my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren, and those that will come after me when I'm long gone. I do not want my legacy to be that I sold them out for a position, for money, for opportunity. That's not what I want. I want to know that I have made a difference in the lives of those who will come behind me, that those who will sit in this chamber during the time. Okay.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Those that will sit in this chamber after we have gone, I hope they look at our legacy as those who taught us to be good citizens and to make things different for people who will come behind us. I will live with no regrets for raising tuition on kids, damage on the lives of a child, and that we all leave no child behind. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for more than 20 years, we've defeated the proposition to use state tax dollars to pay for private schools. Today, we've heard repeatedly the pitfalls and the bottomless pit, financial pit of this bill. This is the opposite of a conservative bill, period. Boiled down, this voucher bill is not for the benefit of the majority of Texans. Yes, there's a few that could benefit, but let's be clear, it's at the expense of the many. We've worked for weeks, and today we've spoken all day and night now. Members, we did this for the same reason that you would do it. We did this because our teachers, kids, and parents are worth fighting for. And for those still listening, I'm talking to you. Your rights are being impacted in a way that you did not invite. And you made clear to us, Republicans and Democrats, in polls and calls and emails, that you do not want a Texas voucher bill. Because you and I both know that with adequate and timely funding of our public schools, our children thrive. And when children thrive, families thrive. And when families thrive, our communities thrive. And when our communities thrive, our workforce thrives, and on and on. I'm opposed to continuously defunding our schools by this kind of funding diversion tactic. Shame on Texas for not listening to the majority of constituents. Shame on Texas for putting private interest before quality education for our kids. Shame on Texas for ignoring our Constitution. I adamantly oppose Representative Brad Buckley's voucher bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And I want to thank everybody that's in the gallery tonight and that is watching and that had faith in their government. Please know we fought till the very end and we're still fighting, but the fight is not over tonight. Elections matter, and that's why we need to continue to fight. To understand the debate around school vouchers today, we have to talk about where they came from. The landmark 1954 Supreme Court decision, Brown versus Board of Education, declared racially segregated public schools unconstitutional. This was a major victory for civil rights and our nation's promise of equal opportunity. But in response, across the South, including here in Texas, segregationists launched a campaign of massive resistance. In 1955, Texas Governor Allen Shivers formed the Texas Advisory Committee on Segregation in Public Schools. And they stated that the mission plainly, the committee was created to solve what they called three major problems: the prevention of forced integration, maximum decentralization of school authority, and how the state could help local school districts maintain segregation. The committee's official report, called the Supreme Court's decision in Brown versus Board, clearly wrong and judicially unsound, and accused the court of rewriting the Constitution to suit its personal views. They attacked the legitimacy of the ruling, and they explicitly framed integration as a crisis, saying that integration was the beginning of the end of our liberty upon us. It's saying the beginning of the end of our liberty is upon us. The report urged Texas to follow the lead of other southern states. Does that sound familiar? Following the lead that had responded to integration by ending compulsory education, closing public schools, or offering tuition grants to attend private white-only academies. We're doing all of the above. It said, and I want to give a warning because they use this offensive language throughout their report, schools should be designated by the local school boards as either white or Negro, and Negro students should be assigned to Negro schools and white students assigned to white schools. Over the years, the language of this mission, of this agenda has changed, but the goals have not. Today's voucher bill, SB2, echoes the same agenda, draining resources from public schools and undermining the promise of equal education as a tool to keep one group of children separated from another. Mr. Speaker and members, we know better now, and because we know better, we must do better. Texans of all races and regions want strong neighborhood schools where every child has the freedom to learn and the resources to prosper, whether they live in the heart of Dallas, the Rio Grande Valley, or a rural town with just one spotlight. And whether they are Democrat or Republican, we have heard from everybody. But this voucher scheme, just like the ones before it, takes our public dollars and puts them in private hands. Let's be clear. This isn't about school choice. This is about power, not about the people. It's about whether our public dollars serve the public good or continue the long legacy of exclusion and division. I believe in our Texas, a Texas where every child, no matter the zip code or the color of their skin, can walk into a fully funded public school and know they are seen, supported, and set up to succeed. That's the Texas our communities deserve, and that's the Texas we can build together. If we have the courage to reject vouchers, stand on the side of justice. And I want to say, as a product of public schools, when we invested in public schools, we invested in somebody like me, who, although I dropped out of 8th grade, I was still able to return to school, get a bachelor's, a master's, and eventually a law degree because we invested in strong public schools that taught me how to think critically, that taught me how to read, so that even though I took a detour in my life because of life's issues, life happening, I was able to come back and pick up where I left off because you all invested in me. There was a time in this state and in this country where we believed in investing in children. We need to get back to that time. Members, I want to let everybody know there's scripture up here that says, I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give account for every careless word they speak and every careless deed they make and every careless vote they take. So I encourage all of you to be mindful and invest in our children by voting against this bill.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank in favor of SB2.
I assure you I will keep it short, sir. Everyone in this chamber would do anything to give your kids educational opportunity, anything to give your kids educational opportunities, and many of you have. Many of you have scrimped. You've given them a great, either a public school education or you've given them a great private school education. But the reality is, many of you in this room have much more options to give your kids than the other folks in Texas. So every single one of us, whether it's your kids, your grandkids, you want to give your kids the best options that you can. Members, what this bill does, even for those who may not like it, may not vote for it, it gives options that don't currently exist for those kids. It absolutely increases the options. Is it perfect? No, but does it increase options? Absolutely. 2 years from now, when we come back, Lord willing, this bill passes, every single one of you will have some kids in your districts. It may be 10, it may be 20, it may be 100, it may be 1,000, that will have better options and better opportunities in their district, and those kids and those parents will be so grateful for what we do today. I urge you to vote for the bill.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to make this brief. I think a lot of us have made a lot of points, but I want to say this. I'm a proud product of public schools. It was public schools that helped me as someone who grew up with a single mother. It was those public school teachers that gave me confidence that I lacked. And this bill, Senate Bill 2, it essentially creates the have and the have-nots. We're creating winners and losers. The haves, they're able to get a publicly funded tax subsidy to send their kids to private schools that they can already afford to send their kids to, right? We know from all the data from all the other states that have implemented vouchers that about 75% of the people that benefit from them were already recipients of those private schools. They're just now receiving the largesse from our public tax dollars. While our neighborhood public schools are crumbling, they're hemorrhaging. Many of them are closing down. As a result of vouchers, they're going to have larger class sizes. Some school districts will actually have to shut down. That is what we're going to see. So what we're going to see is a two-class system where many of the elite, many of the wealthy, many of the privileged, many of the Anglo, they're able to participate in the private school vouchers at the public taxpayer expense. The have-nots, the disparities are going to exacerbate. We're going to see potentially more high school dropouts, less opportunities for those struggling neighborhood schools, because Texas right now ranks 43rd out of 50 states in funding per pupil. This, ladies and gentlemen, can't be the Texas that we all are proud of. Every student should have the opportunity for a high-quality education, regardless of their zip code, their race, their socioeconomic status. If we're going to pass this bill, there were so many amendments where we could have leveled the playing field, but no, we didn't. We wanted to be able to give the private schools the benefit of the public dollars with no strings attached. We did not have them have any kind of accountability, no transparency. They basically have the ability to discriminate. They can say they don't want the kids with disabilities. Public schools can't say that. They can say, hey, Mr. Johnny, his kid, he can't come here if he looks like me. But if he looks of another hue, sure, he can come here. And they can do that. Religious, they can say, we don't want Muslim kids at our school. We don't want Jewish kids at our school. And they can do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the wrong side of history with this bill. This is a solution in search of a problem. Our schools need more resources, not less. And so I urge us to be on the right side of history. Let's not make this partisan. Education shouldn't be partisan. I believe, and I'll close with this, Nelson Mandela said it best, that education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. And we are relegating many of our minority, many of our underprivileged kids to second-class schools because they're going to lack the resources. And we're doing it on the backs of Texans. So this is un-Texan, this is unpatriotic, and this is un-American. And I think we should vote no on Senate Bill 2 and invest in our public schools so that all of our kids have the opportunity to compete in a global economy. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Ms. Kerwin in favor of SB2.
There was an understanding among the founders of our great country 2.5 centuries ago that citizenship had to be educated, without which there was no possibility of meaningful self-governance or meaningful worship. And so, Thomas Jefferson was the first to express in a concrete way the vision of public education as forming citizens fit for self-governance, which has persisted until modern times. Part of the reason that we're talking about education reform and school choice now is because we know that system no longer fully fulfills its purpose. That's not an attack upon public education. We're very, very grateful to our educators. But we know the truth. It becomes obvious that we need to undertake significant measures to ensure that the vision of public education is nothing less than the defense of the American future itself. You know, When we think about our responsibility of stewardship, we as office holders, we have three major issues we need to consider. We have to defend the past, we have to defend the present, and because we have to preserve and defend the society and the institutions of the rule of law that we now have. School choice is the way to do that. What we're really doing is, yes, we're delivering positive improvements in the lives and the education of our school children, but we have to understand that the enactment of school choice in the year 2025 by this legislature means that Texas is vital and strong and free in the year 2050. There are children in elementary school today who are going to live, God willing, to see the 22nd century. And we have to ask ourselves, what kind of century is that going to be? When our American founders instituted public education in the United States, they weren't just thinking about how it was going to be in the year 1788. They were looking at an American future that they anticipated was going to stretch forward for centuries. And so we, Mr. Speaker, as office holders, as educators, as parents, and as citizens who have children that we love and care for and wish to see educated, we must commit ourselves to their future as well, knowing that when we enact school choice, when we achieve this long sought-off goal, that we are ensuring the success for their tomorrows, the Texas that we won't see, but that if we do the right thing, the honorable thing, I know that why we're here to vote today, school choice. Now let's get it done. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa in opposition to SB2.
Mr. Speaker and members, friends of public schools in the gallery, and those watching, it has been a long, long fight. We have fought hard, we have fought for years, and I curse this fight every day because we have spent years focused on a voucher program that even the fiscal note of this bill recognizes will mostly go to students already in private schools at a time when our public schools are in crisis. And no matter whether or not this bill passes, 90+% of Texas students will be in our public schools. This bill is everything that is wrong with politics. It is the interests of big money prevailing over everyday Texans. And while I curse this bill, I feel blessed by this fight because it is in this fight that I have come to see the very best in people. I have made crazy friendships with people I would have never thought that I would have come in contact with and shared such a strong passion with for our public schools. Republican precinct chairs, so many, suburban parents, homeschool parents, rural coaches, so many people from different walks of life all want the same thing. We want strong public schools. And those friendships, those relationships have been a blessing to me. They've made my world bigger, and they've given me a new, deeper pride for our state that is through and through about public schools. To be part of this movement, this coming together across party lines, across geography, across the state, across all the things that usually separate us at a time when our divisions in this country and in this state are so entrenched and so ugly and sometimes so dumb. To be part of something real like this, motivated by all the right reasons, has just been a blessing of a lifetime. I give a heartfelt thanks to all the people who are fighting the good fight, all the people who have trusted me with their ideas, with their intel, all the people who have worked for our students and our public schools. And I give a special shout out to my Austin education friends who are there daily answering my distress calls, always willing to help, never complaining. I couldn't do this, we couldn't do this without you. And our public school students are lucky for you. This fight has made this great big smaller, to me easier to embrace. Public schools are the binds that tie us. They are a shared experience because there is something about public schools that's worth protecting. I grew up in the Valley in Brownsville on the border in a public school before we had Robin Hood. Our schools were dirt poor, and I probably didn't get the best academic education, but I got an education on life and people that made me who I am today. I remember a young man in my second grade class at Egley Elementary in a wheelchair, and he had some condition, and he needed to be in an air-conditioned enclosure, and we didn't have air conditioning at Egley Elementary then. And so students took turns spending time with him in the air conditioning enclosure, and he became the most popular kid in the whole school because you got a break from the heat and he was a pretty cool kid. That's what public schools do. They connect us and bind us with people who are different from us. Probably when I look back at middle school, high school, most of my friends were from low-income families. I didn't know. I didn't care. I just cared that they were cool kids and they were my friends. When it was time for me to put my own son in school, I put him in a public school. When the district decided to shut down his school because it was inefficient because of cuts to public education, I learned the power of a community of parents of public school, and I ran for the school board, and that's where I got my start, like so many members here today. And by the way, remember, those were bipartisan efforts and endeavors, truly grassroots. This fight for our public schools returns us to our roots. It returns us to what matters to our kids and communities. And I believe that this fight against vouchers and this fight against the billionaires for our public schools is this wellspring in Texas that is going to shift the politics in this state. I believe this is going to be an awakening. Not so much Democrat versus Republican, but more a populist movement where now we have everybody versus the billionaires and the private equity companies and the multinational corporations that are bilking our communities for all they're worth. We, the people, we relish breaking the mold of who we are supposed to be and who we are supposed to be allied with. We don't care. We recognize that we are all in this sinking ship together, and sometimes politicians use what divides us so that they can enrich themselves at our expense, distract us from the grift, graft, and greed. I am done with politics as usual, and so is every Texan I know. It is broken. And so while this may be the end of this voucher fight, I think it is the birth of something new. I'm not sure exactly what, but I will tell you all the prayers, all the messages, all the people tell me that this is not over. And until then, I remain forever Team Texas Public Schools.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hickland.
there is nothing more Texan than freedom. This moment is so much bigger than all of us. I want to thank all of the people that came before us for decades, who have fought to level the playing field for decades. We have such a unique opportunity. We are so blessed to be the ones to finally push the button that unlocks the future and the potential and the destiny for all Texans. I want to thank Governor Abbott for having the courage to push forward with this issue, for listening to parents who weren't able to come to the Capitol, who weren't able to go to the rallies, but were crying out for the opportunity to have access to the best option for their children. We get to be the ones to make that happen today. I'm so grateful for Chairman Buckley, for Senator Creighton, for all of those who have worked so hard, and I'm grateful for all of you who have come to this place with pure hearts, wanting what's best for Texans. Thank you for the time that you have poured into this legislation. Try to make it better for the sake of all Texans. I'm honored to be among you. I'm so honored to be here. This is an issue that has a unique opportunity that can unify families. Now parents may not have to take an extra job, and they can spend time together at the dinner table. They can dream about the opportunities their children will now have access to. This is monumental, and it's historic. God has blessed Texas. Thank you, guys.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Members, I had prepared a speech that was going to thank our bipartisan coalition in standing up, whether we won or lost. It is with great pain that I saw so many of my friends and allies, people who have stood up in the past, like the 24 who stood up last time, knowing what was coming for them. Those people were true Texas heroes. They defended their communities, did what their people wanted, despite the pressures from their donors, despite the pressure from their colleagues, despite the pressure from the lieutenant governor, despite the pressure from the governor. They stood and defended their communities. I don't know what happened to them. And so I don't need to talk to y'all. No, everyone here has already made up their mind. Half the people are asleep. Half the people aren't paying attention, so it doesn't matter. I want to talk to the people of the great state of Texas. I want to tell you that we've told the members here that doing this legislation, that passing this law, greatly endangers our schools which are already hanging on by a thread. The money that would go to this program would have gone to our public schools, would have given our teachers a bigger pay raise, would have kept more schools open, would have made classrooms smaller. They don't care. They're scared of the governor. And I told them that 75% of teachers right now are currently looking for other jobs. And as Dr. Buckley himself stated, more than 50% of the new teacher hires are uncertified. Those are the people teaching your children and your grandchildren. The certified teachers, the trained and licensed teachers that taught you, will not be there for your children and grandchildren. And we've told them that you know why academic performance is so low in Texas? Could it have anything to do with the 30 years of Republican control, slowly and systematically defunding our school system, bit by bit? It should not be any surprise that the people who complain about the school system, complain about how bad things are, complain about all the problems, are also people who have been in absolute control of this state for 30 years. Complaining about a problem that you helped create. They don't care. It doesn't matter. This is about politics, not what's best for your community, not what's best for your family. So we've told them that, hey, maybe Governor Abbott's polling is really bad because all of our polling, all of the other polling, all of the independent polling says this is overwhelmingly unpopular in the state. That this is actually, through one of our polls, basically said, this is the one issue that voters will make a single issue voter out of. That this is an issue that not only unites people from across the state, but unites Democrats with Republicans, even MAGA moms. And we've told them, well, we didn't tell them, they told us, that the calls that they were getting against this bill were 8-1 and 9-1. They don't care. What they're really telling you is they're not afraid of you, their community, their voters, their people. They're not afraid of you. They're afraid of other things. They're worried about other things. They're worried about their politics. They're worried about being primaried and who's going to be mad at them. They're not worried about what does our community want, because they know that you have been telling them again and again and again that your community overwhelmingly does not want this, that it hurts their local schools, that it hurts their families, that even if some people can go, they can't. And so you leave them in a system that is failing even harder because it is taking away even more money. To the people of this state, nothing will change until you do something. This fall, when your children go back to school and you find out that multiple schools are closed, call your state rep, ask them why they voted for this. When you go to your kids' class, talk to the teachers and realize they're now teaching a classroom of 40 or 50. Tell them and ask them why they voted for this bill. And in December, when they tell you that your schools are going from 4 days a week to no days a week, think about filing for office. Because if you don't demand change and you don't make the change, then change never happens. The good people of the state are fed up. They're fed up with the billionaires. They're fed up with the politicians who only do what they say. They're fed up with the special interests, the moneyed interests. They're sick and tired of it. And it's not just Texans, it's all over this country. Watch what happens in the next few months. The pain that the Trump administration has caused, along with Republican support, is going to hit everyone. Already you see markets crashing, small businesses are closing, people are losing their jobs right now. And in the times that are about to become even tougher, people will see that you gave money to the rich.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair in favor of SB2.
I cannot believe that we are on the precipice of finally giving parents and students the choice and the education that they deserve. Parents have been waiting for this day for decades in Texas. Too many of our students, especially our low-income students and minority students, are trapped in schools that are failing them. Not because they lack potential, but because they lack opportunity. And the current system is designed to keep them there. But this bill will give them a lifeline. This bill will give them a chance. As a mom, I know that the one thing that all moms want is to do what's best for their kids, to give their kids a life that's better than what they had. And we'll do anything to make sure that our kids get that. But I learned and began to care about this issue well before I was a mom. When I was an intern in this building, when I was a junior in college. And as we were having conversations in the office, and I was listening and I was learning, and we met with teachers' unions and school board and TASA and TASB and all these acronyms, and I learned what priorities were where, it occurred to me after that session that in not a single one of those conversations were students and student outcomes and what was best for the kids of Texas the topic. It was always about the adults. It was always about the benefits, about the protections, about the system. And today it's finally gonna be about the kids. And so we know that outcomes for all students are going to improve. So when your local school when your kids start thriving, when your outcomes improve, when a kid who was relentlessly bullied or a kid who couldn't afford to get the services that they need, when those kids find the best fit for them and they start thriving, know that it's because leaders across this state, parents across this state, and now the legislators behind me have worked for decades to make this a reality. We know that we are spending over $15,000 per child per year in our public schools, and yet almost 70% of our third grade Texas children cannot read on grade level. We cannot keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. And finally, today, we are doing something different. And I am so honored and thrilled to be a part of that opportunity for every child in Texas to finally have access to the excellent education that they deserve.
Chair recognizes Linda Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, members, if our children can't read at grade level, then it's us that have been failing them, the government. Over 5.5 million students attend public schools here in Texas. They are the heartbeat of Texas. While I've heard plenty of arguments praising vouchers, let's be clear. This bill does not serve those students. This voucher scam is a handout for the wealthy,
not a lifeline for the children in our classrooms. It's not about expanding opportunity. It's about subsidizing privilege. I am a proud product of public schools, and I carry that with me every day in this chamber. I didn't grow up with a traditional family structure. My support system came from my educators, teachers, principals, counselors, those who saw my potential when I couldn't see it for myself. Public schools gave me a future, not because I was exceptional, but because the system was designed to serve every child. I am standing here today because of a public education, a system that believed every student, regardless of their zip code, that they deserve a shot. This bill chips away at the fundamental promise. SB2 is a blank check with zero accountability. It redirects our constituents' hard-earned tax dollars to private schools that aren't required to meet the same standards, serve students with disabilities, or be transparent with how they spend their public funds. We hear a lot about parent choice. But what about the choice of parents who want their neighborhood school to have a full-time nurse, a school librarian, or enough certified teachers who aren't exhausted and underpaid? That's the choice parents are begging for us to protect. Make no mistake, parents across Texas have spoken. They do not support vouchers. They want us to invest in their neighborhood schools, not dismantle them. They want teachers respected and paid what they're worth. They want resources for mental health, enrichment, and real opportunities for their kids' futures. SB2 delivers none of that. So I ask you, why are we turning our backs on millions of Texan students? Why are we abandoning the thousands of teachers who pour their hearts into their classrooms while buying supplies out of their own pockets? This isn't fiscal responsibility, it's financial injustice. Instead of giving billions away to the wealthy few, let's invest these dollars in public schools where they're needed the most. Public education is the greatest equalizer we have. It lifts communities, creates opportunities, and enshrines in our state constitution. We are duty-bound to protect it. A vote for this bill is not a vote for families. It is a vote for privatization at the expense of our public school system, and our constituents will remember. History will judge us by this moment. If SB2 passes, we'll look back and recognize it as the day we failed Texas students when we chose politics over people.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kane.
Got it. Today, we celebrate the passage of school choice legislation, a monumental step towards educational freedom. School choice, as I believe, is the civil rights issue of our time, empowering families to break free from failing systems. It ensures every child, regardless of background, has access to a quality education tailored to their needs. This law restores parents' power, giving them the freedom to choose what's best for their children. And no longer will zip codes dictate destinies. We're unlocking opportunities, fostering competition, and igniting hope for generations. This is about liberty. This is about equality. Let's champion our children's future because their freedom is our legacy. I urge you to vote yes on this bill.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I urge you to vote no on this bill. Right now, we have neighborhood schools that are closing, and this bill does nothing to help them. Right now, we have teachers who have to relocate, and this bill does nothing for them. The schools that are failing, it's not the student's fault. But what are you going to tell that student when they get this coupon to go to a private school and they're waitlisted? This bill does nothing for them. What about that parent who does not have the transportation to get to the private school? This bill does nothing to help them. So if you really care about all students, remember those who don't live near a private school. Remember those who live in neighborhoods where the neighborhood schools is the pipeline to that neighborhood. When the neighborhood schools fail, those neighborhoods decline. People move out of those neighborhoods. The economic impact of this bill does not help. It's going to hurt the neighborhoods. So whose side will you be on? Please vote no. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Aisha Davis.
Mr. Speaker, members, and most importantly, all of the Texans watching tonight, I rise in opposition of this voucher bill, knowing how harmful this policy is to our public schools and families that they serve. In many communities, just like some of mine, the public school system is the largest employer in the area and is the only option for a lot of our families. This issue has torn this body apart for decades, and now it's reached a fever pitch. We could and should have left this decision to the will of the voters and put this forth as a referendum. Fox News released a poll where 95% of Texas voters said that they wanted this to come to the poll.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
A poll of Texas voters where 95% wanted this measure on a ballot. I know that a referendum is constitutional and is not unprecedented. And I know this because in 1987, there was a referendum, not a constitutional amendment, but a referendum placed on the ballot where voters were to decide whether or not the State Board of Education should be elected by the people or appointed by the governor. The people made their voice clear. They wanted to elect, not appoint. They wanted to vote, weigh in, and be heard. Because of that 1987 referendum, me, my friend, Representative Terry Leo Wilson, and my beloved colleague and mentor, Dr. Alma Allen, all had the esteemed privilege and heavy responsibility of serving on the State Board of Education. We're spending billions of tax dollars on this initiative without approval from the voters. This is money that could be going to our kids and families that need it the most. It's diverting money away from our rural schools that are so small but very mighty. And we're taking money from our special needs kids and giving it to private schools that likely won't even accept them. But I want to tell you something. Many of you know my background is as a public teacher. I taught high school in DeSoto ISD and Irving ISD. I taught everything from 9th grade biology to high school advanced engineering. I also taught at a DAEP because I wanted to serve the students who needed me the most. Tonight, my heart truly hurts, and I'm not going to rehash everything that's been debated. So I want to talk directly to the people that have been affected by our actions. Our students, their families, their teachers, administrators, counselors, everyone who contributes to the students in our public schools. What we did tonight is not good, but we know our teachers are resilient. And I do want to take a moment to thank our teachers who were brave enough to contact many of us to tell us how important it is to fully fund our public schools. Those same teachers that are with our children each and every day, that give their all when they walk into the school and they leave it all on the line when they leave. I really and truly thank all of the educators for what they do for our children in our public schools. And we already can predict how this is going to end because we see it in other states. Private schools are going to raise tuition. It's going to be a majority of students who are already in private schools who will benefit from this. And they won't accept a lot of our students who we said that we wanted this to go towards. We already know how this is going to play out. This is the same story that has played out in every single state that has adopted vouchers the way we have. So I urge you to think twice about this. I know it's a hard decision and I know it's a lot of pressure, but the pressure should be in making sure we have fully funded public schools that take care of each and every one of our children, that can't turn anyone away. And we need to thank our teachers more. There's been so many negative things said about public schools, but yet many of y'all gonna send y'all kids to one tomorrow. So we really need to think twice about what we're saying and how we're debating public schools, because they do so much each and every day with very, very little. So I stand firmly against this, and I hope you will too.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Sorry, guys, I couldn't wear my heels anymore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, gallery guests, and viewers at home. I'm speaking against SB2 tonight because, just like so many of my other colleagues, I'm a proud product of public education. Public schools in the Panhandle, in Houston, and North Texas built me. I moved all over the state of Texas because I was raised by a single mother after losing my father to suicide. I've gone through a lot in my lifetime, but the people in public schools are what has kept me going. I wouldn't be who I am today without the support and encouragement of educators, staff, counselors in my public schools. And that's why today, yesterday, and this morning is personal for me. I was elected by a broad coalition of community members in House District 115, not just Democrats, but Republicans as well, specifically to fight for our neighborhood schools. Yesterday and into this morning, there has been this push for school vouchers, a policy that we know siphons off taxpayer money away from public schools and hands it over to private institutions. Public dollars belong in public schools, period. For those of us in recapture districts, the communities that are already sending millions, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars back to the state, vouchers aren't just bad policy, they're a slap in the face to districts like mine. We're already doing our part. We're already sharing our local tax dollars to help fund schools in lower wealth districts across Texas. That's part of our shared responsibility, and we have accepted that duty. But now, while our schools are in deficits, we are about to divert funds to subsidize private education. My school districts, Capel ISD, Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD, and Dallas ISD in 2023 and 2024 sent a total of over $73 million in recapture, meanwhile operating under $169.9 million deficit, translating into teacher layoffs, school closures, and program cancellations. I was even able to be present whenever I witnessed one of my school boards have to vote on school closures in our district. And I got to hear firsthand from the people in my school district testify, including little children begging that their schools not be closed. That's not fair for our students. That's not fair for our educators, and that's not fair for our taxpayers. We have amazing public schools. Our teachers are working miracles every day. Our parents are involved. Our kids are achieving despite aging facilities, growing class sizes, and inadequate funding from the state. We should not stand by while our schools are auctioned off for billionaire financial gain. If you want to talk about choice, here's my choice. I choose to fight for our public schools. I choose to defend recapture communities from being used like ATMs. And I choose to vote no on SB2. Members, please vote with me for our neighborhood schools. Please vote with me against SB2. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on his bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for some final questions?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Thank you, and respectfully, I so appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of discussion about providing education freedom for students trapped in failed schools, but I think it's important to talk about defending the freedoms of traditional private school and homeschool families. If this bill passes, it's my understanding that there will be no change to the traditional homeschool and private school families who choose to not participate in the ESA program. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Does this bill specifically protect the religious liberties and curriculum preferences of ESA recipients who choose to educate at home?
Yes, that is correct.
Does this bill specifically protect the religious liberties, curriculum preferences, hiring and firing standards, and behavioral standards of private schools and private school families who choose to participate in the ESA program?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. While I hope that private schools do participate, is there any private school that is forced to participate in the ESA program?
No, they're not.
And while I hope that families do participate as well, is there any family in public school, in private school, or in homeschool that is forced to participate inside of the ESA program?
No, there is not.
And isn't it true that there's a direct connection between states with the highest educational outcomes, like Florida and Arizona, and their robust school choice program?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that ESAs cost the Texas taxpayer less money than traditional public school?
That is correct.
Would you agree that there is a direct correlation between the introduction of school choice and vast improvements in educational outcomes statewide?
That is correct.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley. Just a couple more. Does this bill require that ESA recipients take the STAR test?
No.
Would it be fair to say that the main requirement for a private school to participate in the program is that they are accredited?
That is correct.
And is it safe to say that traditional homeschool families and traditional private school families who choose not to participate in the ESA program will continue to have the exact same freedoms that they do today if this bill passes?
That is correct.
3 more. Dr. Buckley, you and I both know that the sad truth is that the legislature does not need an ESA bill in order to take away the freedom of homeschool families and private school families. However, at the same time, would you agree that the only way to give education freedom to all families, especially the many who are trapped in failing schools or schools that are indoctrinating our children, is to pass this piece of legislation?
That is correct.
And so is it safe to say that this bill is going to lead to more educational freedom, not less?
That is correct.
I couldn't agree more, Dr. Buckley, and I cannot wait to give education freedom to every family in Texas. Thank you for this bill.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Speaker, members, it's been a long day, and I will be very, very brief. Today, you've had an incredible opportunity to do what's important for Texas, and that's to provide historic funding for your public schools, but also to provide parents another tool in their toolbox to make sure that their kids receive the best education possible. This is a good day for Texas, a good day for Texas families, and I am honored to stand before you for a very long time today. Yeah. I want to make sure to take this moment to thank Speaker Burrows and his staff for his support, but most of all, my colleagues, those that are with me and those that are not, for civil debate tonight, showing what's best about the Texas House. I also want to thank my staff for their incredible hard work and their commitment over the last few years, making sure that we got to this point tonight. And lastly, but most importantly, I want to thank my family, especially my wife, Susan, who's here tonight. She keeps me pointed in the right direction. She's a constant source of encouragement and motivation. And members, on behalf and in honor of those children at Oak Creek Academy in Killeen, Texas, Mr. Speaker, I move passage of SB2.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB2. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the speaker voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Mr. Harris voting aye. Mr. Alcott voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 63 nays, SB2 is passed to engrossment.